I am not getting flaky. Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on the John Campea YouTube channel. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it? Especially if you love the movies.
Hello, and welcome to Midnight Metal. Robert Meyer Burnett and Dave Parker, they're fucking metal. Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal, Midnight Metal.
Well, hello, children. Once again, it's time for Midnight Metal. The real Midnight Metal, not that faux Midnight Metal, not the one with me or some other people. The real Midnight Metal, the metal that you've waited for, the metal that matters. And it's only because we have the founding member, the man who brings the metal to metal, Mr. Dave Parker. Dave, welcome back to the show we founded. It's been a long time, Dave.
You are given a run of the Crypt Keeper on this 420, Rob.
It's 420, dude.
It's good to be back. Hello, everyone. I'm fucking stoked. I'm excited. We're going to have a good night. This is great. Couple momentous.
You're looking good. Can I just say you're kind of ageless? You call me the Crypt Keeper, but maybe are you drinking the blood of virgins? How do you stay so youthful, Dave?
I had some practice over in Italy, so yes.
Oh, really? Practice doing what exactly? First of all, before we get into what you were doing in Italy, the land of love, the land of vampires, the land of Italian horror, you, my friend, recently directed another motion picture, did you not?
I did. I went in late September and to Sardinia, Italy, which is the island right off the coast of the main section of Italy. And for this company, Mar Vista, and I made this little vampire movie for Tubi TV, Tubi Originals. We're in a new era, Rob, where the low budget world is being run by the greatest video store that never existed, Tubi TV.
I agree. Now, okay. Now, tell me about how did this come about? How'd you get to do this?
Well, a friend of mine, Buzz Wallach, is now the VP of production there, and they approached another director, as it always seems to happen with me, or they approached a lot of directors who turned them down, and then he came to me and was like, hey, would you like to go to Italy for 7 weeks and make a movie? And I was like, yeah, that sounds good. It was right during the strikes were going on at that time. And it was just, to have the experience of going to Italy, which I never thought I would do, to go make a movie, to get to work on something and just do something different, where it was like, this is entirely different than our experience on Hills, where this was a job for hire. So, I helped work on the script, but the script was in place. And then we made this thing, and it's funny because it's not super metal.
What do you mean it's not super metal? How can you say that?
I mean, it's a Tubi original. It's a very kind of, and I'm not talking down. I'm very proud of the movie and proud of what we did. But
Doesn't
it's very
sound like it, Dave. Come on now.
It's very light. It's lighter horror, and there's some comedy in it and some romance. So I get to do some stuff that I've never
You
done
made
before.
a romantic film, Dave?
My coal black making a real dumbass face on the feed right now.
Well,
Now we're back.
no, we're back, dude.
No,
we're back.
no, it's buffering it. Now it's back.
It's back.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Right.
It'll. That was an odd
Guys,
turn of events.
I don't know if you know, Rob's gone very green on his 420, and he has to pedal to get the
That is not
stream
true.
to work, and he got
So not true. Not true.
So anyway, so where was I? So yeah, we made this this vampire movie in Italy, and I tried to infuse as much of Italian horror cinema into it as much as I could, and yeah, it was a blast. It was an incredible experience. It really was.
Now, how long did you shoot for?
The shoot was 18 days, so
Wow.
still tight, and it was the thing that people might not realize is usually in the States, when you make a movie, a low budget movie at least, the quote unquote max time that you can shoot is 12 hours. Well, in
Right.
Italy, the unions and things there are different, so it's 9 hours. So
Wow.
it was very truncated. There was a lot to do. We couldn't do everything that we wanted to do, but we did manage to get some cool stuff and get a pretty cool monster in there who's sitting over my shoulder there. And yeah, it was fun. It's called You Shouldn't Have Let Me In. And it's for, it's kind of a gateway horror, really.
Well, I mean, I'm proud of you.
No, I'm super proud of it. It's just weird because people who know me from The Hills Run Red are going to look at this and go, well, this is different, which I'm actually happy with. It's just a different experience, Rob, as you know, when you're doing something
Sure.
as a for hire, as opposed to something that you've generated. But to me, it had been a little while since I had directed a full feature, and and the opportunity to go to Italy in October and spend the entire October there, it was too good to pass up.
And on someone else's dime.
Yeah, and it was a really, really good experience. So I hope if people check it out on Tubi, they give it a thumbs up there, and yeah. So there we go. There's and hopefully they enjoy it.
Well, let me ask you this:
shameless plug.
What was the thing that surprised you most about this experience in terms of your previous experiences?
Well, very similar to Hills, going in and meeting a crew that you don't really know and everything, and just the passion and the dedication of the Italians, how warm and inviting and great they were, and how they really got into it, and it wasn't something that they had normally worked on or done, and everyone got as you do, everyone got very close,
Right.
and
Sure.
obviously that fades over time, a lot of the time, but right now we're all still in contact. We all still talk to each other. I did because all the actors were from overseas. Some of them were Americans who had moved over to like Barcelona, or my lead was living in Sweden at the time.
Wow.
So we did a Zoom premiere where we could all watch the movie together. So
Really?
yeah.
That's cool.
Did a Zoom room and played it there. So yeah, that went great.
Wow.
But yeah.
So what was it like for you getting behind the camera again? I mean, you had made another movie. I thought the movie you made after Hills Run Red was really interesting. It was an experimental kind of a film, and I thought you did a great job with it. And that's out as it watches. It was a total experiment, that movie. Yeah.
No script. It was all improv, which But again, I just wanted to have a completely different experience. I don't necessarily recommend going that route. Learning from it.
Sure.
So, but again, that's another. But I learned different things on that movie. You learn every time. So, getting back to, and then I did Tales of Halloween, and then I did the Puppet Master movie, which was only like 6 days.
But still, I mean, you're working. I mean, people don't understand. Like you take what you get. You don't always necessarily get the optimal conditions to make.
It's very difficult. I mean, I think it's maybe the 5% of people of directors, especially filmmakers, who are working at the studio system, and now more than ever, it's becoming increasingly difficult, even on the more independent or low budget end, which is kind of the world that I exist in. I would love not to, but you and I both seen firsthand experiences on giant, huge, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollar movies. I got to say, I don't know if I could or want that kind of stress.
Well, okay, that brings up a good point. I mean, we're having a fairly educated conversation. It's not our typical midnight metal, but
it will be soon though with our guest on, who's probably waiting in the wings.
Yes, well, and our guest is probably waiting in the wings, and I will put him in. But now let me ask you this. I mean, I talk a lot about the state of Hollywood, of cinema, and where we're at, and we're in a very weird place. The business is in a shambles, I will say. But I would say,
sorry.
But I would say that one of the really interesting things, a friend of this channel, producer Roy Lee, who produced movies like Barbarian, $4.5 million movie, grossed $40 million domestic theatrically. He has currently Late Night with the Devil with David Dismalchin, and that was IFC's biggest grossing theatrical release ever. I think it's up to now people laugh, but it's up to $6 million theatrically. And
great.
For an IFC release, it's great. And when you're making theatrically released horror at $4 million, or you look at something like Lee Wanell's Invisible Man, which was an $8 million movie that grossed $100 million, and then Paramount's Smile, not even a $20 million spend, at least production wise, made $200 million worldwide. And what I don't understand, and you've got Jason Blum and James Wan teaming up, what I don't understand is horror has never been as vibrant, I don't think, theatrically. It was when we were growing up, of course, as kids, but you had the drive-in circuit, you had multiplexes, you had mall theaters, it was just a different business world. How do you feel about the state of cinema today?
I mean, I think the thing is now, things like Late Night with the Devil, Immaculate, The First Omen, but I think all that stuff is, whether you like it or not, it's great that it's getting out there, and it's doing okay business. Late Night with the Devil, by the way, just premiered on Shudder yesterday,
and I really loved it.
It's really good. I know, Rob, you won't believe it, but I like to remain hopeful because I want to have a career still.
I do too. I'm doing an audio drama throwback to the 40s. So, making stuff is what we do. That's where we live. And we're going to make entertainment no matter what it is.
It's very difficult to do it self-generated and find money nowadays. So I like to think that the fact that there seems to be more independent movies coming to the theaters, whether that's a result of the strike slowing down studio product or whatever, and theater chains just need to put something in there. Look, I remain hopeful. It's always you feel like you're winning the lottery every time you get to do a movie anyway.
Oh, totally.
Regardless of what size. So, I hope it's good. But the nice thing is that whenever there's been kind of a slump in movies, the genre pictures have always been there.
Yeah,
They've always
yeah.
been there. And maybe it's showing the studios that this huge amount of spending for all these giant tentpole movies, but that comes from an insider. I'd love to bring in someone who's not in the movie industry and see what they have to say.
Well, we do have a guest. Would you like to introduce our guest?
He's a former guest. He's a friend. I'm glad to have him back. This is Josh WAGG, also known as the Death Metal Ninja, who was on American Ninja Warrior.
Yes, he was, and he was here
times.
a while ago. He's a returning Midnight Metal star. Please welcome Josh WAGG. Josh, welcome.
What's going on, y'all?
How are you, sir? How
Doing
are you?
fantastic. Fantastic. How are you guys?
Good to have you
Great.
back
Good
on this
to see you, man.
420, dude.
Hell yeah, brother.
So
none of us are imbibing at all.
This was the only like green thing that I had, and that was just about all I could muster.
I got some wine. I do have a bottle of wine, and I'll
That's
do.
green?
But it's a nice Chianti.
Josh, what's been going on, man? What's catch people up?
Tell us your tale.
Got a couple cool things coming up. So I believe it's June 6th is going to be the next season of American Ninja Warrior. I will be on this season.
Ooh.
Yes.
Yep. So
Congratulations.
June 6th, thank you. This season they actually filmed 2 different seasons back to back, and I got called for season 16, but I wasn't on season 15. So if you're looking for me on the first one, wasn't there. This upcoming season, I will be back, and I can't wait because it was honestly one of my favorite seasons, and I feel like I got to really compete, and it was super fun.
Well, tell us. Okay, you were here a couple of years ago, and tell us, for the folks at home, what is it like doing a show like this? I mean, obviously, it is a show, but the competition's real.
Yeah.
So what's it like for you to do a show like this? Take us through a day.
So it's honestly pretty stressful kind of leading up to it because you're just building and building and building until this 1 minute, 2 minute run. So the entire day, like you've been training for this one singular moment for a full year since the last season came through, at least in my case. So we're just constantly in this kind of state of hopeful stress. So days leading up to it, they fly you out. You're there for a couple days ahead of time. The day of, you actually don't go and compete until probably like 9 or 10 p.m. because it's especially where we filmed this past season. We filmed everything in the Universal Studios backlot in LA.
Right.
So we have to wait till the sun goes down, and you're just sitting around all day, just kind of stressed out. We finally get there. They run you through the rules. They run you through the obstacles. You only get to see someone do it maybe once. They walk you through what's in play, what is not in play. And then they kind of shuffle you back into a little holding area, and you just wait until your name is called. This past season was pretty rough too, because the last couple seasons, I was called towards the beginning. So I was kind of running towards the beginning of the runs. So I wasn't waiting for a really long time. This season, I don't think I ran until like 2 or 3 a.m. And it was just hours and hours of watching other people fall, watching other people make it. And you're just kind of stewing in this, like, all right, it's almost time, trying to like stay warm, try to stay like excited and warmed up because it gets fucking cold, man. It's LA in like March at 3 a.m. So it's just fucking freezing. So you're trying to stay warm, trying to keep everything ready. Going up to the start line is just an adrenaline rush like absolutely nothing else, because there's just 40 different cameras on you. We actually had a full audience for these last couple seasons, which we didn't really get to do the first 2 seasons that I was there because of COVID. So we had a full-blown audience, and just so much pressure. And that's really all it is. You keep that pressure, you keep that stress in you until you're done with your run. That's it. Like your heart rate's at like 150 for a solid minute and a half while you're running this course.
Do you have a favorite event? Or a favorite moment, a favorite thing to do, favorite part of the course?
So my favorite thing to do is actually the walk up. So they kind of zoom in on the stage and you do that walk up the stairs and kind of appear. If you guys have seen the show, a lot of people are more like happy-go-lucky, kind of like, hello, it's me. So some kids wearing flamingo hats, some people coming out with cheese heads. It's just like they're just trying to make a name for themselves, have some kind of shtick. And then the complete opposite end of the spectrum, I come out with a giant like burning flag with my logo on it, my full corpse paint on, my ripped up shirt, just trying to be as extra as possible. And that to me is the most fun, even though my heart's beating out of my chest. I'm like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Okay, here we go. Walk up those steps. There's nothing like that feeling where you're kind of like showcasing who you are. Crowd cheers. It's a huge, huge moment.
How did you get cast on the show?
So there's kind of a process with that. You have to fill out an application. You have to basically explain why you would be someone that somebody would want to watch on a TV show, because it's like a reality TV show. So they want to find out if you're good enough to watch. Then you make a 2 to 3 minute video showing who you are, showing your ninja skills. But more than anything, they're really just looking for if you will be able to work in front of a camera. If I'm sitting there like, hi, my name is Josh, I'd like to be a ninja, that'd be super cool. Like, it's just, they're not calling you back. You could be the best ninja in the world, they're not going to call you because they want excitement, right? So anytime I do a video, I have to up the ante a little bit and make it more exciting, more like grand, I guess.
Sure.
When I do a video, because that's really what they look for. You basically send in the same application, but your video has to be something different, something exciting. You have to play on last year's story and kind of build it up a little bit more. So that's what they really look for when it comes to actually getting you back on.
So it's kind of like wrestling.
Yes. Yep.
So next one, you're going to set yourself on fire and do the course.
Exactly. That actually would be pretty sick. I have an idea for next year that I can't wait to actually make happen. If I get called back next year, I want to go up, have my friend wheel me up on stage in a casket, and like Undertaker just explode out of the casket with my corpse paint on.
Do you, like, since you've done the show, have you developed a fan base? Do you get crazy fans writing you letters, and do you make appearances and
Yeah, Rob, I bug him all the time.
Dave is probably my biggest fan. I do appreciate that. What's weird is there are a lot of ninjas who do have that level of fame because they've been doing it for so long. They've been on so many seasons. They're just super recognizable. They have that charisma. I, on the other hand, kind of the complete opposite end of the spectrum again, where I do my interviews and I try to be exciting in the like post or pre-run interviews. But when I'm on stage, I have the corpse paint on. I'm not being super grand or verbose or anything like that. And I think that just doesn't resonate with most of America the way that some of the other, like, I made it through the course, let's be positive, like that kind of thing. I chose who I was going to be on this show, and I am sticking with it, and I don't necessarily care about that form of recognition. But at the same time, it's also because of the corpse paint. Nobody really knows what I look like without it. Because every time, like, if I fall in the water, my corpse paint's kind of coming off. It's still smeared all over me.
Yeah.
So you can't really tell what I look like. So people will come into my ninja gym and they'll be talking about the show. They're like, oh, we watch it all the time. Do any ninjas train here? And I'm like, actually, yes.
Wow. Well, that's cool. So you protected your anonymity.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I want to ask you, how important was it for you to, going in, quote unquote, as this sort of character when you compete and everything, to express your love for music and the genre of metal that that you're representing, and also talk about how that stuff keeps you inspired and keeps you going. I mean, we've talked about it before, but it's always a good refresher and inspiring to people.
Yeah, so it didn't necessarily start off that way. My first video that got me called, because I'd made a couple videos beforehand, but it was exactly what I was talking about. I was pretty much just no excitement. I was just like, I'd like to be a ninja, and didn't get called. So the video that got me was talking about music. I'm sitting there in my leather jacket with some kind of death metal shirt on, talking about how like I love ninja, I love metal. I can't wait for metal shows to come back. I'm tired of COVID lockdowns. I just want to be doing ninja and I want to go to metal shows. And that was my whole video. So that was the thing that got me on. And
it's authentic.
It was, yeah, that was exactly it. I'm like, those are my only two things that I care about right now. So on my first qualifying run, I only had eyeliner on, and that was it. So I had the eyeliner, and I only got like maybe a 2-second clip of my run on the actual show. It was kind of like way towards the back of the actual episode. So I was like, oh man, that sucks. So I kind of had to think and be like, what can I do to kind of promote myself more and kind of promote who I am and what I do. So I was like, well, I like bands that wear a lot of makeup and corpse paint. So I don't see why I couldn't do something like that. So I tried the corpse paint on the first time. It didn't look amazing, but it got me a little bit more airtime. But I think the thing that is important about it, more than just so I can get some airtime, which doesn't really matter in the long run, I wanted to kind of keep pushing this idea that there are different kinds of people that are into the same things that you're in, right? So we have kids that will come into my gym and will talk to me, and they're just different. They're not like the normal happy-go-lucky kids. They're not these grew up in a rich household, so they're able to train this stuff all the time. I'm kind of trying to keep this in the vein of the kids that are a little bit different. Like we have a few kids that will come in and train with me, and they have long hair. These kids paint their fingernails, and I kind of want to keep doing it to represent them. I know that sounds kind of cheesy.
No, not at all.
Yeah, but that's kind of the main reason, because that's how I felt as a kid, is I didn't feel represented, I guess you could say. I looked up to the musicians that I liked because they were super different. I was a big fan of Korn back in the day, and a lot of Korn's music was about him kind of being a freak, not really fitting in with everybody else, and they exploded into this giant band, and now that's the go-to when it comes to nu metal and rock and that kind of thing. So it's representation. I think that's honestly a huge thing for this, because you watch the show for any amount of time, you'll see what feels like the same type of person over and over and over again. So I wanted to be different, express who I am, express my love for music, but also kind of represent the outliers.
Right.
Well, I think
love
also,
that.
I think the other thing that's important too, and I think it's important for anyone to successfully carve out your own path in a way, is to be true to yourself. Be true to the things that, that make you who you are. And obviously that changes over, the course of your life and everything. It evolves, but the stuff I was listening to when I was a kid, well, I mean, Rob and I are both like stunted adults anyway, where most of the stuff that we loved when we were younger are the things that we still gravitate towards now. And they continue to inspire, but they're also, comfort food, in a lot of ways. So, and I just think that's, it's such an important thing. And, one of the most damning things in a way for, like, I think, and I'm not a parent, so I can't say with any authority, but is like, well, just fit in. It's like, be yourself, whatever that is. And I think that's, it's probably just as challenging as it ever was to do that. Because kids are fucking cruel,
Well,
but
I mean,
but again, I think it's, but again, you have this one life in theory. So it's like, why not be your most individual self? And if that's also, representing the other or representing, another group and everything, and you're getting exposure to it, that's amazing. It's so inspiring, I think.
Thank you.
And that was the thing that really, like, when I was watching it and saw you, that's what I gravitated. I was like, this is someone who's marching to their own drummer, and that's really awesome.
Josh,
Awesome.
you talked about representation. That nowadays with social media, people have turned to social media to find members of their tribe that they could no longer find. I mean, when Dave and I were growing up, our interest in horror and our extreme interest in music and things like that, it was difficult to call it your tribe. You had to. Now you can go online and find that tribe.
Very easily.
Yeah, and have people found you? Do you have people not just come to your gym, but look for you online? And do you find that you've found like-minded individuals and you can share? I mean, American, Ninja Warrior and all that brings you in, but in terms of finding people and finding like-minded individuals, has that been something that's happened to you since the show, since your notoriety?
A little bit. I wouldn't say that it's been significant, because it really comes back to kind of what they choose to focus on the show.
Sure.
I've only been doing this this is only my third season. Some of the more notable people that they tend to focus on, I've been doing it for 7, 8, 9, sometimes 10 seasons. So they dedicate a lot of their time to those people, as they should, because they're big stars. So I've definitely met a few people. There's a couple people that I have in mind at the moment too. Like, someone came up to me while we were on set and was like, dude, I love your corpse paint. That's so sick. I was like, oh, thanks, man. I was like, how old are you? He's like, I'm 19. I was like, oh shit. All right, man. That's super cool. He's like, okay, I gotta go. I'm running now. I was like, oh my God. And he just destroyed it. I was like, damn. So it's little like interactions like that kind of stick with you. But as far as like people finding me online, it's been kind of minimal, but I don't necessarily dislike that. I think building who you are and kind of building, I guess, a name for yourself takes quite a bit of time. So I'm just kind of letting it play its course. It's not been some explosion overnight where I posted one video and thousands of people came and followed me. It's just,
right.
It's like a natural burn. It's like a slow burn into what I want to do and what I like to do and who I am. So it's kind of a slow burn into it.
Has it changed you at all?
Ninja or
being on the show? Yeah.
I would say a
mean,
little
this
bit.
show, right?
Yeah, this
What's
show.
that?
On Midnight Metal,
Yes.
have we changed you?
I've reached
Transformed you into something new and different.
The Valhalla of the YouTube sphere.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this
Stovacore.
is one of the really cool connections that I've made. When I filmed my previous season out in LA, I actually got to hang out with Dave. He took me to the Rainbow. I got to take photos with the Lemmy statue. It was
Nice.
a great time.
Yeah,
So I wouldn't even be here if I didn't have that, just that one simple connection made through social media, made through somebody watching the show, somebody.
Midnight Metal transforms all of our lives.
Yeah,
You're
it was
damn
great.
right.
It was fucking great. And I
Yeah,
went
no-
to the Rainbow a couple of weeks ago.
Nice.
I mean, I think
did
that
see
for your birthday, which I
Yeah,
couldn't
yeah.
make out for. I know. I'm sorry.
No, well, you are a little farther away now, so
Which it's a little harder to get
A
out
little
there.
tough.
But no, I mean, I think that's. Look, since I've been on YouTube, I just celebrated my 9th anniversary doing YouTube shows on various things, and it really has. It is life changing. I mean, I've met so many different people, and I've met that I wouldn't have known. I'm doing a project now with a noted novelist because he watched a YouTube show I did.
Nice.
And that's like you just never know where connections are going to be, and you have to be sort of open to that. Where
And
now?
Rob, sorry,
Well,
don't
go ahead.
interrupt. But, you've also, in a way, you've created a tribe. All these people watching
The
are part
the
of
Post-Geek
your tribe.
singularity, imagination connoisseurs of this channel. Yeah. Well, I mean, part of it's because, Dave, like this show, and we've done this show, and I do a show with a guy in Germany, Dieter Bastian, who I didn't even know. He was just a viewer, and I think that especially during COVID, people had not a lot to do, and YouTube and all that was an alternative, and I've met tons of people based on that, which I think is great. Now, Josh, let me ask you this: where do you want to take all this? I mean, what path? Where do you want to go? What does the next 10 years look like for you, or do you not know, or are you just going to see what happens? Do you have a plan?
Here's the funny thing: is I normally am a very disorganized person. I've just kind of taken things as they come and just kind of figure it out as things approach me. But at the start of this year, I just decided to kind of get my life a little bit more organized. So I bought myself a planner, which is big.
Wow, good for you.
I know, right? So I bought myself a planner, and in the planner, it had a breakdown of where do you see yourself 6 months from now, a year, 5 years, and 10 years. So I took it seriously, and I wrote down what I wanted in my financial goals for my business, my hobbies, and broke everything down into those different areas. So I think some of the biggest things for me that really stuck out, like no matter what I did, I kept coming back to these things. The number one biggest thing was music. I want to be doing something in music. The other biggest thing was health and fitness and ninja. I kind of lump all those together. And those were kind of the two main things. So when it comes to fitness, my long-term goal is I would love to open up a gym.
Nice.
Not big and glamorous, but it's something that I've always wanted to do. I think it's really cool to be able to have creative freedom and be able to kind of build a brand and build a name for yourself through this gym. So that's something I want to have happen within the next couple of years. I want to keep doing ninja for as long as my joints will allow me.
Right.
It's just fun to me. I love doing it. I love being on the stage. I love just training without the stage. I love coaching kids. I love coaching adults. So being a part of ninja is something I want to do for quite a while. And then I really want to do music. My friends and I here in Orlando have started working on some music together, and it makes me really excited. It's also super scary, but it's something that I've always dreamt of, and I've never really taken the opportunity to chase after, but the cards kind of fell into my lap, and we've started making some tunes together.
Well, I think it's fantastic. I mean, in terms of fitness, I was in college a long time ago. But I would say when I was in college, believe it or not, this girl, her name's Priscilla Bell. She's now 60. And in college, she was an aerobics instructor. And in the 80s, where we went to the Evergreen State College, it was like a crunchy, chewy granola. To do aerobics was like a punk rock move. But she's still teaching. And she's still teaching at 60. She's in incredible shape. She looks amazing. And her fitness, I mean, there's been thousands of people who she's touched their lives and helped them, and so having a gym and getting people on a path to fitness is an amazing thing. And I mean, having this friend of mine who's been doing it now for the better part of 40 years, and it's made her a better person, and she's helped so many people. So you never know. Don't ever. I mean, I love the fact that doing that. I think that's really cool. And the fact that you're going to do music is amazing, because with all of AI, I really honestly believe, and I've said this on my show, that to be your authentic self, that is going to be the personal currency of the 21st century. People are going to come to you and
it's going out the window. That's one of the most upsetting trends that I've seen taking place on social media recently is people pretending to be. Oops, I have a cat in front of my computer.
Wow.
Hello. All right.
we love cats.
Shoot.
No, but I do think that, you know, real music is going to be, people want to see people perform. You're going to. By the way, we have a question for you.
Yes, go for it.
Miss 50 and Still Metal sends in a tip and says, question for Josh.
Okay.
What are your favorite metal songs or tunes to lift weights to? Or what albums would you suggest for those here getting back into the workout groove?
Oh, that's
I thank you, and keep midnight metal going, you beautiful badasses.
Hell yeah.
So thank you for Miss 50 and Still Metal. Yeah.
So
what do you think?
All right, so right off the top of my head, I have a great one. This cat is just blocking my ring light.
No, cats are great. It's all good. You look good.
Right. So
what's the cat's name?
This is Belle.
Belle.
Do you want to come over here and
named after the recent Japanese animated film, or just?
It is. She's actually named after Princess Belle. This is my fiance's cat.
Nice.
And she is just dying to be the center of attention. All
She's
right,
beautiful. I'm a cat. I love cats.
Me too. Say hi.
And by the way, the camera angle, Belle knows exactly what she's doing.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm not paying attention to her, so she's got to force me to pay attention to her. So I would say there's one song that is always my go-to when it comes to lifting, and that is One More Rep by Austrian Death Machine. I don't know if you guys have heard of this band. Yes, that ballad, yes. No, so Austrian Death Machine is it's a side project from the frontman of As I Lay Dying, which was a big metalcore band back in the early 2000s. The frontman is Tim Lambesis, and he made this band and basically just made it like an Arnold Schwarzenegger tribute metal band. And it's extremely silly. It's really just for fun. But they have a song called One More Rep, and it's fantastic. If you haven't heard them before, you definitely should. There is another band that I love that's they're an Australian metalcore band. They are crushing it. They're on tour with Sleep Token and Bring Me the Horizon right now, which are just astronomically large bands. So Ghost of Me by Make Them Suffer is fantastic. So those would be my two big picks right now.
All right. Well,
what's your go-to workout song?
You know, I'll tell you something. Well, you know me. I like more techno music, and I'm a child of the 80s.
Yes.
But it really depends. I mean, New Order, Sisters of Mercy, which, you know, I like my goth bands. Mm-hmm. The Cure, but not, you know, it has to be like I do have a workout Spotify list that has a lot of stuff like. But in terms of like the most metal thing on there, I mean, I don't know if it's metal, but I mean, I go back to Zeppelin, you know, and whether it's, and I'll tell you something. You know what I really Kashmir.
Flow of that song is just
because you can. It's a you can, and you breathe out. You know, you go. And you breathe out when you let the weights down, you know, and breathe in. And so you do it to that Dun, 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 dun. Anyway,
I like that.
I think I'm revealing way more than I probably should. But it's.
Those four guys for you to get that inside peek.
I'm telling you,
Private world.
Now
you know,
and as he's doing his exercises and the song's playing, he's going da 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 da.
Yes, in my mind, I am though. So, Dave, what as Josh has asked, come on, what do you what do you work out to?
Let's see. Metallica is always good.
Metallica is always good, by the way.
And definitely one song that definitely that I go to a lot recently is "Moth to a Flame." I love that song. So Metallica is always good. But it could be something like that. Sometimes there's the entire score to Mad Max Fury Road.
Oh my God, dude! The extended Doof Warrior piece of music is
the Face the Storm. I mean, the thing is, almost all of it is like great for that stuff.
That entire soundtrack is the Fury Road soundtrack with the extra tracks is one of the things amazing. I'm most looking forward to in terms of Furiosa is the music.
Do you know, just a quick side quest here. So I don't know, Rob, you probably already know this. I just found out that for Furiosa, there is a 15-minute nonstop action scene that they shot over 78 days.
No way.
The longest, biggest scene in George Miller's career.
Bigger than the last scene in Road Warrior?
Yeah, 15-minute scene that they shot for 78 days on Furiosa.
Jesus Christ.
Wow, man.
We were talking about how my movie was 18 days. So so 18 days would be like a tenth of that scene.
Fury Road was my birthday movie back in 2015.
Yeah.
And Furiosa is going to be, I mean, it's a week later, but it's my birthday movie. I hope it's at the Chinese and IMAX. I got to rock that shit. We'll have drinks at the Roosevelt afterwards.
I think I might need to experience it in D-Box, the theater that moves, if it's available there.
That's what she said. Just kidding.
But yeah,
terrible.
So
that's terrible.
That's stuff that I listen to. I have huge list. I mean, recently, and I talked to Josh about this yesterday. I've been listening to the new Judas Priest album a lot. It's called Invincible Shield. It's for guys who are in their 70s now to put out an album like that, which is a cross between classic Judas Priest and Painkiller era. It's kind of mind-blowing.
Well, it's amazing. I mean, look at the new Rolling Stones album, Hackney Diamonds. There's a lot of great tracks on that, and Mick Jagger's 80.
If not,
close. I mean, the rock and roll metal genre did not exist. I mean, if you're looking at the outer reaches of fucking shredding, and the Rolling Stones, is there any? I mean, they're not really metal; they're rock and roll, and But
I mean, the thing with this, I think what it is, it's a testament to.
Why is Judas Priest? Why do they have to stop? They don't
have to stop. But I think that's the thing. Look at how old is George Miller now?
He's in his 80s.
He's in his 80s. I think it's a testament. Whatever.
Ridley Scott's making Gladiator 2, and that's going to be the most fucking metal movie of the year, I think. Other than Furiosa.
But to me, it's like, I think it's a testament, to and these people, I don't think they live like super clean lives. I mean, Mick Jagger probably does now, and we know Keith Richards gets his blood reworked every couple of years.
Yeah, he's a vampire.
But I think it's a testament to, and I think that's something that we, you get so mired on a daily basis on the bullshit that if you really focus, and it takes a lot of hard work, but if you do something that you love, that's what keeps you going. I was talking to people about, like retirement. Well, for me, there is no retirement. It's going to be like
me neither.
Hopefully,
until the day you die.
It's a little dark, but hopefully, I drop dead on a set.
Yeah,
Way to
your
go,
your
man.
insurance people are not going to like that, nor are the people that finance the film. You have to have a
but
second,
Everybody else will.
like in Shogun.
right. But the
I
thing
have to
is,
have a second.
but the thing is, it's just, you know, none of the going after your dreams. None of this is easy. But if and there are years, as Rob knows very well with me, there are years where it has beaten me down.
Yeah.
But I can't think about doing anything else. So I have to in some way. And if I can start really putting my love of other things like music and the metal genre in movies and stuff like that, if I can start combining the stuff more and really bringing out the stuff that I love even more, if I get that opportunity, I'm just going to be happier. But it's like, I've often said going after your dream or having a dream, whatever it is, movies, writing, being a ninja warrior, working out, owning a gym, whatever your dream is, it's kind of an addiction, and
Well, the great thing about owning a gym, what Josh wants to do is that AI can't ever interfere with that.
well, that's true.
100%.
And I mean, all of the creative fields. I mean, and I would like to believe, and maybe I'm naive, but I've said this a million times. The Critical Drinker, I stole a clip when he quoted me saying that I think moving forward, nothing is going to replace, if you go to Paris and it's 2:00 in the morning, going into a jazz bar where there's a jazz trio playing, and they're still smoking in Paris and there's still whiskey being poured.
Oh, they're still
And
smoking in Italy too.
Well,
Trust me.
but there's nothing better than watching really talented musicians playing bebop or whatever, shredding on an upright bass or a trumpet or a saxophone, and watching real people play. And I believe that that's never going to go away.
But there'll be robot bands eventually.
Well, there
There
will,
is a
but
robot band already, in case you
Yeah.
guys haven't seen that.
well, there's holographic bands too. But I think at the end of the day, I mean, people love handmade furniture. They like I do think it's going to be a crazy time. The next 50 years are going to be wacky. I wish I was immortal because I just want to see, or at least, Highlander time. I could live for 300, 400, 500 years just to see the shit go down and how it's going to shake out. But I do think that there's a lot of opportunities for people who are genuine. People who are like yourself. When people come to your gym, no one's ever going to be able to use AI and replace their workout routine.
Yeah,
You got to do the workout routine.
I mean,
That's-
the individual still has to do it.
Yes, and that's the thing too. I was gonna make a point earlier when we were talking about authentic music. There's a kind of disturbing trend that I've noticed on social media recently. It's people will do anything to have their music blow up, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So anything that anybody is doing on Instagram Reels or on TikTok, they're doing it to basically sell you something that's not really what they are. So there's a lot of bands, and I call them like social media bands. They're trying to be something very specific to either upset people or really play into what people like. Like there's a lot of bands who are doing what's called cringecore, and they're just
Wow, I've
physically
never heard that
killing
before.
people, and they're upsetting specific groups of people so that when it upsets one group, they're going to comment, they're going to throw a bunch of hate, and that's going to push them up on the algorithm so that those few people who do like the music, they're going to find the music, and they're just going to continue to post these things that are just really cringy and upsetting, and they're going to keep doing it because it will make them successful. Doesn't matter if the music is good, doesn't matter if the music is terrible. It's going to get them clicks and views, and that's how they're going to get tours. And it's kind of upsetting because there's zero substance to the music that's coming out.
But they won't have staying power.
Yes.
We're in
You
a
know,
weird time too, where celebrity is now made by people on TikTok who are just lip syncing to other people, and then they get millions of followers and they get a lot of money. It's just, I don't get it, but I'm older, so it's not for me to get. But
but I don't think that will sustain. I mean,
no, it won't last, because the thing is, I think the attention. The thing is like, look at. For example, look at the boy bands of the 90s that were so huge and everything. Now they're making a comeback because those fans have gotten older and like are now getting nostalgic for them.
Right.
But there is that dead time, and it's like, well, after you can't post a TikTok of you just lip syncing, where do you go from there? Or have you made your millions, and is that enough?
well,
It's a weird phenomenon, and it's just probably me being too old to actually like.
No, I can see it too.
but I would say, this is going to seem strange for me to say, but I know, right? We had Taylor Swift drop a double album, an unexpected double album. Taylor Swift was one of the very first artists in Grammy history to co-write every song on an album of the year. Mm-hmm. And she, a true talent. And I'll tell you, for me, something I experienced. So last summer, a old friend of mine that I've known for years and years, we went to junior high school together. We've known each other our whole lives. She has a daughter, and her daughter lived down here, and they needed a place to park her car while she went to Europe singing on with part of a choir. And they were singing through Ireland and through the UK and through Italy and all this. And so she parked her car in our driveway, no big deal. I drove to the airport. So she came back early to go see she had one ticket to go see the last show of Taylor Swift at SoFi Stadium, the new stadium here in LA. Mm-hmm. And, I picked her up at the airport, and she's like, yeah, I had this amazing experience in Europe. And I said, well, why do you, what's the deal with Taylor Swift? And she said, when I was 9 years old, I sang a Taylor Swift song at a concert. And she said something like 96 people she had counted when she was 9. 96 people came up and told me how good I was. And it was that Taylor Swift song that made me realize I could sing. And so wow. Taylor Swift had this impact on her, and she'd just come back from this amazing, she graduated from college, with a couple of degrees, but singing was her passion. And she's done some new tracks. But Taylor Swift, who's been around now for, say what you want, but she was inspired at 9 by Taylor Swift to go sing, and she then really delved into it and really took it seriously. And came back, and what was really interesting was at these Taylor Swift concerts, you can wear like friendship bracelets, and she went by herself. And there's places where she can go and meet other people. And I mean, you can be all cynical about Taylor Swift, but she produces her own shit. She writes her own shit, and, she drops her albums. But what I saw was a girl that was inspired by an artist that then became a singer herself and toured Europe right after she graduated from school with other people that she graduated with as a choir group, and went all over Europe and had this amazing adventure at 22 because of an artist. I mean, I know it's Taylor Swift, but I was really taken by that. And I think, Dave, you and I, filmmakers inspired us. We were inspired by filmmakers. And I wondered today, everybody's so me. We were always looking out, and you, Josh, looking out at musicians that inspired us. And I think that's really important.
Yeah, and it's important to remember too, because like for me, I had a lot of those bands that were really big to me when I was a kid. So like when I came across Korn, like I mentioned earlier, Korn was huge because it had that early impact in me and had that whole feeling of like, I'm not alone in feeling like I'm a weirdo or I'm different from a lot of these other people that I'm growing up around. I think a lot of people forget that that's how other artists make people feel. So like even Taylor Swift, like it's not something that people like us would necessarily gravitate towards and listen to on a regular basis, but that doesn't mean that she's not having this effect that I had when I was a kid on other people. So that's actually a really good point, because people are getting affected by this music that we may not think twice about, but that's huge to them. Same way big bands that are affecting us, there are other bands on the other end of the spectrum affecting other people too. And
Yeah.
for that,
But it comes down to, I think, real artists doing real work. And, you know, as much as AI, we're going to be able to generate whole symphonies, AI can, it's all just mixing and matching. I'll tell you something. I never would have, I'm going to admit this to you guys right now, live on this channel. I never thought that I would be like, I didn't know much about Lana Del Rey. And last year going to Comic-Con, I had heard her album Norman fucking Rockwell it's called Norman fucking Rockwell, was a great record. And I was like, okay, you know, I'd read some things about it, about the production, whatever. Not my thing. I mean, I did like video games from her first album, Born to Die and all that. So I listened to this album, and it's a concept album, but I actually sat down. I was in my car, and I got this album and I listened to the entire thing from beginning to end. And how often do we do that anymore?
A lot.
Well, okay, I don't do it. I don't do it much anymore.
We try to.
Yeah, and I have to say, I listened to this album. I'm like, this is a fucking masterpiece. And it really was, because it really spoke to me. It's all about growing up in California, and the production of the album was incredible. And I was listening to this going, oh my God, this. And it was the first time I listened to it all the way through 4 times over the course. And I was like, wow. And there's still people out there, and I understand her father paid. You go back into her history and people, whatever. But I don't care about that. I was just listening to this piece of work, and I was moved by it. I was like, this album is fucking amazing. And I'm not some Lana Del Rey acolyte. I listened to the only other album I owned by her is Born to Die, her first album. And I listened to this record because other people talked about it. And what I loved about it was this artist, this person, obviously their heart and soul went into it. I came to it relatively, I didn't know what was up, and I was blown away by it. And the fact that we live in a world where there are still creators making amazing things, and you never know, you can be cynical about it and say, well, you know, this person's manufactured, but no. It's authenticity and the genuine nature of art will always, I believe, maybe AI will crush this belief, but it will, I do believe that authenticity and true intent will always win out, no matter what technology.
Rob, you're such a Lana Del Rey fan. Did you watch her at Coachella last night?
Last weekend? No.
No.
Oh, was she last night? Oh, I did not know that. I saw her last week being taken out of Coachella. No, no.
Well, you missed it. And I sat there watching it going, well, this is not for me, but hey.
Wait, were you there?
No, YouTube.
Oh, I did not know that.
YouTube right now, Coachella is streaming live on YouTube right now. Everyone, you can just jump right over.
God damn it, I didn't know that. You know what?
They've been doing it every year.
Change of schedule, Rob.
I'm old.
You are old.
I know, I didn't know that, but look, maybe it's not for you. All I can say is Norman fucking Rockwell is a great record.
Here we go. Now we're getting into the shit. No, I'm not kidding.
My point is that true artists and artistic authenticity will never go out of style. Never.
I don't think it will either. I don't think that is ever going to go away. I think there's always going to be a platform for it. There's always going to be people searching for it, because people will always be able to tell. Like you can tell when you listen to something, either like if you're stuck listening to terrestrial radio, or you sit in your friend's car and they're putting on something, you can immediately tell if that person that's singing or playing is being authentic, you can tell very fucking quick.
Yeah.
And if it's not, your brain kind of picks up on that, and you're just immediately shut off by it.
Totally agree.
Oh,
By
yeah.
the way, Tom Jr. Jackson says, "Happy birthday, Rob." It's a long story. Is it possible to see if we can get the three of you to do the laser thing? Diamond Dave, good to see you back, brother.
Diamond Dave. That sounds like a stripper name.
It's from.
I don't know.
Doesn't
Well,
apply.
the whole
Doesn't apply,
laser,
but, you know, and I guess
the laser
just
thing's a Mac
that's
thing.
not fuckface is complimentary. So, yeah. Thank
But
you.
it's a Mac thing, you know, like when you do the whole.
Oh, you
It goes.
mean like,
Oh shit! I do not have a Mac, so I don't think mine's gonna do that.
Well, Dave. Okay, let's do this.
Nothing.
it's not working.
Why isn't it working? Work,
No,
damn it! Or we
You
can
get
like.
one.
I got the hearts to work.
Oh yeah, that's the whole.
I got the hearts to work.
Oh, there we go.
There you go, Josh.
You get one. Thank you.
Or what if you do this? Doesn't this do? You know, I forget what it does, but it does something. Maybe no, or down. Whatever. So Tom, no, we can't apparently do that. We can't all do it in tandem. I apologize.
We tried.
So let's go to movies for a minute. Josh,
Yeah.
what have you been checking out? What have you been watching? Anything
Dude,
good that's
so-
been on your radar?
I'm actually really glad you brought that up, because there was one movie in particular that I wanted to pick your guys' brain about.
Yes.
Dave, we may have already talked about this, but this is one movie that totally fucking blew my mind when I watched it. I immediately made my fiance watch it the same day, because I watched it before she got home from work. She got back. I'm like, we have to fucking watch this right now. No One Will Save You. Dude. That shit fucking got me. That was one of the few movies recently that I've watched where I was like, damn. It was so different from anything else that I've watched recently. The whole like minimal dialogue thing really fucked me up, because the first like 20 minutes I'm like, is this going to be a silent movie? Is this really happening right now? And I got like kind of upset and I almost shut it off. And I'm glad I didn't, because it was fucking incredible.
I gotta say, it's funny that you bring that up. So that movie was produced by 20th Century Studios. So 20th Century Studios used to be 20th Century Fox. It was bought by Disney.
Okay.
They have a guy, the president of 20th Century Studios is a guy named Steve Asbell. Steve Asbell was responsible for making Prey, the Predator movie, the new Hellraiser.
Also, and both of those were really great.
The First Omen, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, and Alien Romulus are all under his auspices. 20th Century Studios is not being given. I mean, they hired a co-president coming from Searchlight, who's running both 20th Century Studios and Disney. Steve Asbell, of all the people, I know him, of all the people I've met in Hollywood, he's a huge geek. Like, he's got Mark Watney's astronaut suit from The Martian in his office. I mean, and he's quietly, he was responsible for No One Will Save You. And he's a guy, now I haven't seen Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. I hear it's great. I really liked The First Omen. I thought it was a lot better than it had any right to be for what it was. I mean, they're mining, and the director, by the way, is a fox. She's a very beautiful woman. But anyway,
what is The Omen about? I don't think I've seen that one.
You never seen The Omen?
I don't think so.
It's about the Antichrist.
the birth of the Antichrist.
It's about the Antichrist as a child.
And it goes all the way back to the 70s. And Richard Donner, who directed Superman the movie and the Lethal Weapon movies and the Goonies and a lot of other films, he directed the Omen. And in the 70s, the devil was very big in horror films. You know, there was lots of
big again.
He's big again now. And look, to me, I mean, if Al Pacino told me that he was the devil and showed up and gave me a beautiful redhead and said, make the Antichrist with her, I'd be like, yes, sir, I would absolutely. Let's do that. But so No One Will Save You, and is it Catherine Dever? Is that what's her name? The girl that stars in that movie? She's awesome.
She's fucking great.
Yeah.
I think she was cast in was she cast in The Last of Us? I don't know if
I don't know.
I can look it up.
But that movie's great. I really enjoyed it.
I did too. It was fucking whirlwind the entire movie.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Although it just played against all the expectations that you could possibly have, and you didn't even really know where you stood with any of it as it went along, which was really exciting. It's a movie that deserved to get at least some limited theatrical play. It just went to Hulu.
Well, they have a problem because they, when they make these deals, so there's a lot of movies like like Evil Dead Rise, for instance. Yeah. That was a movie that was originally made for streaming, and then they released it theatrically. It makes $150 million. We're seeing a lot of movies that were made under the auspices of streaming that turn out to be so good they get released theatrically and make a lot of money. And those are the movies, if they were streaming, they wouldn't make any money. Mm-hmm. There's no dollars. And No One Will Save You was not apparently, I just looked it up online, it was a $22 million movie.
That's crazy.
That's an insane budget for that.
Yeah.
But they made it for Hulu, so it has to go like Prey. They couldn't the deal they made to make Prey, they had to put it on Hulu. They couldn't put it out theatrically. And how much money did they leave on the table?
That strikes me as really crazy because the Predator franchise is just gigantic.
But again, it's been a diminishing returns as the Predator movies have gone along in theatrical. And I get it. It's nice that they sort of went back, and I love Prey, but it's nice that they went back to something.
Well, here's a
little more small, because the Shane Black one just turned into this big mess, and they kind of left the director of Prey kind of not seemingly alone, but he got to do his thing because they were like, it's streaming, there's no pressure.
Because Steve Asbell
and he proved that yes, there's still things that can be done with this franchise that can be really good, and
there's still life in the old girl yet,
and he's gonna do it again, and it sounds and it looks like Alien Romulus going sort of back to the feel of the original in a way. We could do that again to remind people that yes, this is actually supposed to be scary.
Well, we all went, Dave, you and I, a bunch of our friends, we all went and saw the Evil Dead, Fede Alvarez's Evil Dead remake. It was pretty dope. People loved it.
I love that movie.
It was great.
The thing is, the Evil Dead movies have not disappointed.
And he made Don't Breathe, which was great too. I love Don't Breathe.
I have a problem with Don't Breathe. I have a problem with it. Some of the logic of that I have a problem with. So, but he's a very gifted filmmaker, and he certainly knows how to craft a movie and craft sequences. And
from what I understand, and I think that this is Steve Asbell's gift, Fede Alvarez had an idea. Like, to me, here's something. Talk about authenticity. So when you look at a guy like Ryan Coogler, who directed Black Panther, but Ryan Coogler made Fruitvale Station, which is a very well-regarded indie film. And the way I heard it, that him and his father, his mother was like dying of cancer or had cancer, and him and his father watched all these Rocky movies. And it gave them comfort. So Ryan Coogler had this idea about making Creed. A talented filmmaker somehow got to Sylvester Stallone, and I mean, I can't even imagine the balls to pitch Stallone to do an offshoot of his very famous franchise that won him, an Oscar for Best Picture, and said, I have this idea. And not only did he get Stallone to sign off, he wrote Stallone a part, his own part, that got him an Academy Award nomination. And to me, what I don't understand, and we're seeing it with Fede Alvarez with Alien Romulus, is why aren't the studios that are making all these IP movies, these long-standing franchises, asking people who love the franchises, great filmmakers, to pitch them and say, I would, Fede Alvarez is like, I'd love to make an alien movie. And apparently, from what I've heard, here's my idea. And the studio's like, well, that's great. And I would think that's the way it should work. Shouldn't it?
Goes back to our talk about creativity and artistry.
Yeah.
Not just repeating the same things over and over, trying to get people to watch. I'm sure you guys will be very upset at me with this take, but
no, we won't. Come on.
That's how like a lot of the Avengers and the superhero movies have been. It's just anything that will get people in the seats, fucking put it out. Mm-hmm.
So you say Infinity War and Endgame, just whatever the audience wants to see, put it out. Because the thing is, but for me, I've felt like after that, Marvel has been scrambling around and not really knowing where they were going. That first span of movies that culminated in Endgame, to me, being a fan of Marvel Comics and those movies and everything, and going on that journey of all those movies with those characters, those two movies became very they had emotional resonance to them. So I'm curious, so including those, you think they're just feeding the audience what they think they want?
I feel like it could be. I feel like it's kind of that, but it's because those came out when Stan Lee was still alive, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I feel like he probably had a pretty decent say in those.
No.
Well, yeah, but I would say this. I would say that for me, Endgame or Infinity War and Endgame were the culmination of a planned 23. Well, it's 22. The Infinity Saga. I think those two films, if you're an old school comic book fan, those movies to me are miraculous. And then what I cannot believe is after Spider-Man Far From Home, I think Marvel went off a cliff. I'm perplexed by so much care. You watched, like, my God, just as an experiment, I watched the Marvels. I know people are going, why? I watched the Marvels, and then I went back and watched Captain America, The Winter Soldier. And I was clicking in between the two of them. Captain America, The Winter Soldier was like peak Marvel. And you look at the Marvels, and you have cats. You have a cat? Cats eating people. The alien Flurkins are eating people to save them from a wrecked space station. I'm like, what am I watching? Like, how did this happen?
I don't know. A lot.
Anyway, yeah. I mean, that, but again, that's fine. I think the superhero thing is not the superhero thing is not working for me anymore until an actual good one works again. And who knows? But again, I'm with you. Because everyone loves the Batman, and initially, I've grown to appreciate the Batman a little more, the Robert Pattinson one, the Matt Reeves one. But initially, I was like, "Well, this is just a 3-hour long sort of." And to me, what I think is weird is the fact that movie, Batman, these superhero movies, it's like, especially it's like, well, this is all for adults, but it's like kids want to go see this, and if the Batman was my first Batman movie as a kid, I'd be like,
wow,
this is not fun.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I mean, I appreciate it more. I've seen.
Well, as a horror fan, I think you dig it.
I appreciate
that's
it.
What I saw. It looked like a vibe.
But that's the thing. It's like, but again, aren't these things in some ways supposed to at least have some appeal to kids? And that movie has, to me,
0.
No appeal.
It's 7.
I mean, the Joker
Batman
at least
movie
is rated R, so it's like it's clearly not for kids,
right?
No.
but that movie wasn't. And
By the
look,
way, the sequel looks amazing.
I thought
I
Colin
can't
Farrell
wait.
was.
That's gonna be awesome.
I
thought
can't
Colin
wait.
Farrell was great in it. I'm looking forward to the show. But again, it's Batman. I mean, again, I just as a kid, I'd be like, well, I don't. I'd be terrified. I'd be just totally disturbed by Batman. It would.
Oh yeah.
It's a gateway horror movie more than it is a superhero thing.
Totally. Yep. Dan Candy asks me. He says he wants me to murder a child. Let's hear your best Gregory Peck, Rob.
Jeez.
Okay, wait, no, it's what? Hang on. He wants me to murder a child. That's he wants me to murder a child. I just remember him saying child, something, hitting the child. He wants me to murder a child. I mean, the first Omen, it's pretty fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's got one of the great beheading scenes in any movie ever.
If you have Hulu, you can watch all the Omens now. There's 3 of them.
Sweet.
There's 4 of them.
There's 4 of them, but let's not count the 4th.
The third one doesn't count. The 4th one doesn't count. The third one has the greatest death ever.
The third one has one of the greatest scores ever.
Oh yeah. Well, it's all Jerry Goldsmith.
Well, no, yeah.
And 2 of them won the Academy Award for Best Score.
No, only one of them did.
I thought 2 of them did.
No.
Really?
He only won 1 Oscar, and it was, or maybe he won 2 Oscars, but he won 1 for the Omen only. Anyway,
or maybe they were both nominated.
We're getting off track here, pal. I don't know what track we're on, but we're getting off that.
Keeping with the 420 aspect, I wanted to ask you guys a question and get your thoughts on this. I wrote some notes down, and I wanted to ask you guys, what would be your 420 album? If you were getting high, what would you want to listen to?
Oh, that's a good question.
If you were just laying on the couch, you did nothing else, and you listened to an album all the way through, what would it be? Rob,
you take this one. I'm going to be right back.
That is a good question. What is my stoner record of all time? I think that my stoner record of all time, like if I was getting massively high, I've got to go back to prog rock from the 70s. I've got to go back to, probably Yes Songs, the band Yes.
Yep.
Triple album, Yes Songs. Maybe Yes Songs might be it. But you know what? This is going to seem a little strange, but they just re-released it. Well, they re-released it in France a couple of years ago. There's a 1973 French-Czechoslovakian animated co-production called Fantastic Planet. That is one of my favorite science fiction movies of all time. The score for that movie is wild. It's wild, and they've released on vinyl. That the movie itself is like being stoned, but the music from Fantastic Planet is this weird space jazz. And if you want to get high, the music. If you've never seen Fantastic Planet, you just heard the music. I can only imagine it must sound, even if you weren't high, like you were high. So that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say the soundtrack to Fantastic Planet that was recently re-released. Somebody told me it was re-released on vinyl in France, and I'm like, oh my God, I have to have it. But I don't. So if anyone has a handle on the Fantastic Planet vinyl re-release of that soundtrack, that's my choice. The soundtrack to Fantastic Planet. Okay. And by the way, the movie itself is like being stoned. So it's all.
I've got to watch it then.
You'll love it. It's a great movie. It's a great movie.
Dave?
Look, I'm going to be like completely obvious. It's got to be Dark Side of the Moon.
And it's also, you can get it in like Dolby Atmos now. It's amazing.
Well, safe choice. I mean, there's that. Diamond Dogs, David Bowie.
That's a good one.
That is really good.
Depending on what strain of weed, I might go high lung. I might go a little Nordic Viking
Wow.
tribal music. If people
Like
have
that.
ever heard of that band,
Don't think
yeah,
I have.
yeah, they're incredible, and they're incredible live. So, yeah, if you guys are looking to, yeah, it's so. I mean, but Pink Floyd would be the.
Well, I would say that if it's
How about
Floyd,
you?
Animals was kind of or Umaguma.
I
But
mean, I think all of them sort of.
yeah, it's true.
Pink
By the way,
Floyd,
Dan Candy does say, he sends in a super chat and says, I nailed the Gregory Peck. He wants me to murder a child.
Hey,
That's I don't think I'm doing the child right. I just remember he hit child hard.
yeah, someone said.
And it was like, I think it was David Warner. David Warner, I think he's talking to David Warner because I haven't seen The Omen in a long time. But David Warner gets his head cut off with the pane of glass.
Well, you just spoiled it for me. Haven't
Sorry.
seen
God
it.
damn it.
God, I'm sorry.
God damn it! Oops.
It wasn't. It was almost 50 years ago.
It's not from
That's
1976.
you didn't spoil anything. That's just
Don't
completely
watch
on me.
the remake though that stars Liev Schreiber.
Yeah, don't do that.
That's not
Don't do
the
that.
one to watch.
Okay.
If you're gonna watch it, go old school.
That's one of the most useless remakes I've ever seen, ever.
More than The Exorcist.
Oh, dude,
that's not a remake, but that's one of the worst
don't even
movies.
get me started with that. Don't.
I mean, yeah. It's
All
just-
right, we won't get into it.
I'm not a believer.
Can I give you guys my
Yeah.
Oh,
albums?
please, hang on, lay it on us. Go full frame on that.
So I honestly don't even smoke that often. It's just never really been my thing. But I imagine if I were to just lay on the couch and find an album or two to listen to, I think my top three would be Master of Reality from Black Sabbath, because
That's a great record.
has Sweet Leaf on it. It's perfect. But the one album that's come out in the last, like, I'm going to say probably 5 years is Tool's Fear Inoculum. That album is fucking everything.
Dave and I, don't we go back a little ways with Tool?
You know, in a way, because Adam, the guitar player, used to do makeup effects, and he worked for Mark Rappaport, who was the makeup effects guy at Full Moon when we were there, and he used to come by the shop and visit often.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Because he did effects for Alien, right? The original Alien.
I think he worked on Alien. I think he worked on Predator. He worked at Stan Winston's shop.
Yeah.
So cool, man.
Yeah,
That was his gig before he even like took off with Tool, I think.
Yeah.
Like, that was even before he got with them. I'm a fucking nerd for Tool. I have Maynard James Keenan's book about the whole, like, his growing up and being in the punk phase and being a huge fan of Henry Rollins and Black Flag and how he met all of his bandmates. I'm a fucking big fan. So anything they do, I'm a big fan of. I have two other ones that I'd put down. Did you guys ever listen to Down? That was Phil Anselmo's side project.
Yep.
Their album Nola is phenomenal because it's kind of like, it's definitely like a stoner metal type of feel where it's a lot slower than like you would be used to with Pantera. The song Bury Me in Smoke is just fucking incredible. But I think the other one, I'm going back to Maynard with Pussifer. Their newer album Existential Reckoning just feels like you're on a spaceship the entire fucking album, and it's glorious. So if anybody's looking to have a good night, I recommend those. Front to back.
finally got like a decent record player and everything, so I've really gotten back into getting vinyl. Not for everything, but for some things. And it's just nice to listen to a whole album all the way through without interruptions, without checking your, just listening. And I did that with the Priest album. recently.
Yeah.
I listened to the entire thing with a friend of mine, and we just were like, "Oh my god, listen to this track! It's amazing!" It's like, it's
a journey.
It's something that feels rare now that hasn't happened in a while. So it's really nice.
That's something that I haven't been able to do it in a little while. My record player has been playing really slowly, so I haven't been listening to albums the way that I used to. I just am being lazy, not getting it fixed. But for the first time in like probably 6 months, I went to the record store today because it was actual record store day. I picked up, dude, I got The Last in Line. My light is totally destroying it. Jesus, there we go. So I got Dio's The Last in Line. They had Motorhead's Remorse. No, they had Motorhead. They had a lot of really great record store day releases today. But just going back into the store made me fucking happy because that's one of my weird, expensive hobbies that I will never get rid of because, like you said, Dave, like it's just something that people don't really do anymore. So it's fun to just sit down and listen to a full album all the way through. And I think it sticks with you a little bit more when you just sit and listen and you don't do anything else and you just kind of sit with a drink, put your phone away and just listen to a full album all the way through. It's the way it was meant to be listened to, you know?
Well, yeah, 100%. I mean,
our world now, we're all so connected with everything, and we're checking our phones, and it's just been really nice and to be able to like kind of switch off and just listen to something and maybe work on like some writing or just sit there and just, I don't care if it's even doing the dishes, but it's not like checking your phone or something else online, and it's just sort of like being in the zone. I mean, it's funny now, the way our world is now and everything is, we're so busy, even when we sit down to watch a movie, how many times are you like, oh, there's a ping or something, let me check that or anything, instead of just sitting and actually watching something or just reading. Everything moves so fast, and I think a lot of the personally to me, I think a lot of the influence of social media and everything is really, it's destructive to me. So I try to get away from it as much as possible, unless I have to promote something now. That I really start to appreciate more and more the sort of solitude times.
Yeah.
Here's something. Mario Lopez, all the way from Portugal, asks,
I've got a friend who owns a castle in Portugal. I can't wait to go.
Was it me too? I want to take our new movie to Portugal. Was it necessary to remake West Side Story?
No, not at all. That's the problem. I mean, but you get someone like Spielberg who wants to. I guess he thinks, well, it's for a new age, but
it's been put up. It was originally a Broadway play, so it's.
Here's the thing. I would say, just release the old movie like they used to. Just re-release the movie.
But Dave, okay. Let me ask Josh this:
were people rushing out to go see the remake of West Side Story for Rachel Ziegler?
No, but okay, Josh. Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're a horror aficionado, and you delve into the history of cinema. And I believe that because cinema was an evolving art form, it was the art form of the 20th century, and the way movies are made and the way stories are told cinematically has changed. And like we have friends, Dave and I have friends that won't watch. There was a studio in England called Hammer. And they made a lot of like Christopher Lee vampire movies and things like that. We have friends
were all
that
sort of gothic dramas.
Yeah, gothic dramas, and we have friends that won't watch them because they move too slow and they're too antiquated. They're old and boring and all that.
Again, they're clearly not rooted in their, unlike The Exorcist, which is more rooted in contemporary reality.
Right.
they can't relate to seeing people run around in capes with fangs.
or on sets that are clearly sets or something like that. So let me ask you this. Can you go back and like delve into the history of cinema? Can you go back to the 30s and watch Frankenstein or Bride of Frankenstein or Dracula and get something out of it?
I'm sure
because a lot of people can't. A lot of people can't.
It would be. I feel like it would be difficult.
Have you ever tried watching them?
I haven't.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so that's a pretty good point. I don't think.
I just want you to be clear. I'm not making a gotcha point because what I was trying to say is that the art of cinema, like any art, when I go to a museum and I go to see an art exhibition, if I don't know anything about the art, I don't get much out of it. I like to read up on okay, I'm going to see this exhibit. Why am I going there? What is this artist about? Give me some history of this artist. And nowadays, movie fans, we have more movies to watch than ever. And to ask audiences of today that have been watching, if you're born in 2000 and you're going to be 24 at some point this year, that means that you probably started watching movies in 2010 when you're 10 years old. You watched them earlier, but if you developed an interest in film, that was only 14 years ago. So there's been so many movies. Why would you go back, even if you're a horror fan, and watch Creature from the Black Lagoon from the 50s or watch Bride of Frankenstein from the early 30s? Why would you do that? Because it has no relevance or resonance with you at all. There's nothing about your experience of life that could possibly work watching these old films. That's a skill. I believe watching old movies is a skill that you have to teach yourself. And I only say that because I had to do that growing up, going to the Seattle Film Festival, teaching myself to watch older films or films from different countries that were very different than what I was used to. And I started when I was 12, and I was I would sit down in a theater and have to go, okay, this movie's nothing like I've seen before. It's probably going to be boring. I might not like it, but I'm going to sit down and find a zen place and watch it. But when it comes to horror, you can't. I want to see blood. I want to see boobs. I want to see all kinds of mayhem. And going back to the 30s, how can that work? You can't expect people to do that.
Now, to be fair, because Josh didn't get to finish his point of maybe why he didn't see or seek out the Universal horror movies. What's the first movie that you remember seeing?
That's a good question.
That is a good question. That's a tough thing to answer, actually, because I grew up very Christian. So there were a lot of movies that we were not allowed to watch. We weren't allowed to go to movie theaters. We weren't allowed to watch things with any kind of cursing or sexuality or anything like that. And I think one of the first movies I do remember watching was, I want to say my dad showing me episode 4 of Star Wars.
Wow.
I think he showed me that when I was probably 6 or 7. And because he would explain the story to me, because that was getting close to when episode 1 was coming out, and they kind of started with those. So he let us watch the original trilogy and kind of gave us a backstory of oh man, I was 11 years old when episode 4 came out, and I remember my dad taking me to the theaters to watch it, and the special effects were just so new and nobody had ever seen anything like this. So it was interesting to me because it was something that meant something to him as well. So that helped me have a little bit of more appreciation for it, even though I was super young and I didn't really understand anything other than they're shooting lasers and people are sword fighting. And it's just really fun to watch. I didn't really understand much past that, but knowing that it was something that meant a lot to him, especially when he was a kid, I think that kind of made me more excited about it as a kid because I want the same thing. And I think that's why I actually love episode 1. I love episode 1. That's such a fun movie to me, but I think it's because I was probably like 8 or 9 years old watching this one and
you don't ever apologize for that. I mean,
that's the thing. You were the age of
perfect. You were the person it was made for.
You were a young Anakin, and you could relate to that character, where the rest of us had already like gone through those first 3 movies. Many, our first experiences were probably episode 4 as well. But when it originally came out, because we're old as fuck, so. But I mean, I wanted to ask that more so out of context, because it's like, one, you're not movie obsessive the way we are. I mean, Rob, we're freaks, and even so, there's so many old movies that you've seen and everything that even I haven't experienced, I haven't watched, that I haven't seen. I played this. This will make you happy, Rob. I played trivia Thursday night, and we won. And one of the prizes I won was the 4K of Fear and Desire.
Ooh, from Kino Lorber. Okay,
I've never seen that movie. It's Stanley Kubrick's first movie.
But here's the thing: no one should see it. I just have to say, since you brought it
great, so I can trade it in.
No. So Stanley Kubrick, it was his first film. He had it pulled from release, and he never wanted anyone to see it because he felt it was a fledgling effort, and he didn't want anyone to see it while he was alive. I would say that Stanley Kubrick's my favorite director, and that disc, the 4K disc, has 2 different versions of Fear and Desire on it.
Yes. Yeah.
It's amazing that it exists, and I own it as well. Kino Lorber made it. God bless them. I feel a little bad that I own it, but I'm happy to own it because to see it that way. I know he was not happy about it, but still, it's an artifact. I think an important artifact of history, and Kino Lorber did a great job putting it out.
I mean, but my point, but my point is that there's been. I mean, forget that. I mean, movies that most people won't even mean anything to them. It was like I just discovered 12 Angry Men.
Oh my God!
Year. I'd never seen it before, and I was just like one afternoon, I was like, what's this? I'll throw it on. Old black and white movie with 12 people in a room.
12 dudes, 12 white dudes. Well,
no, and it's a great movie, but I can't. But to today's audience, it's like I don't know.
But wait a minute. It's like, wait a minute. Okay, let me tell you something about that movie. So he was
on the set of that movie, Josh, just so you know.
Oh, come on.
It was the 13th Angry Man.
Dude, give me a break. So when I was in high school, I was elected to student council senior year. And we were sent to leadership summer camp if we wanted to go, and for a week. And the first thing they showed us at leadership summer camp, a print, by the way, was 12 Angry Men. And that movie is all about how do 12 jurors in a room reach consensus about a case. And I'd never seen it before.
But again,
black and white. Dude, I was riveted.
Glazed over eyes right now. People are like,
No. I know it's not metal, but that movie, Criterion put it out on Blu-ray.
Kino put out a better version of it, and it actually
in 4K.
And it actually comes with for the nerds in the audience, the Kino Lorber one is actually better than the Criterion one because it actually comes with William Friedkin's
commentary.
Redo.
Oh, right, that's right.
Redo of 12 Angry Men that he did later on, which is just kind of fascinating, juxtaposition to watch.
But Dave, don't you think that movie still works?
No, I love it, but the thing is, I'm a movie nerd. I love that type of stuff, but I could see where. But here's the thing: it's like I appreciate Dracula, and I'm not saying that someone like Josh, who hasn't seen these Universal classic black and white movies, wouldn't appreciate a lot of the things in it. But I could see newer people going to those, and with the exception of the imagery, those movies are, thankfully, they're very short. but they're
Right.
kind of boring.
Oh, how dare you!
They are. Dracula is kind of a boring movie. The Mummy is a really the original Mummy with Boris Karloff is a boring film. It's a beautiful film. It's a beautifully made film, but it's kind of
And
boring.
that's it for this episode, Midnight Metal. Dave Parker and I will never be what.
It
but you
is.
can't-
You gotta
I
admit,
mean,
the
but
Mummy-
but
look, the Stephen Sommers Mummy wipes its ass with Boris Karloff's Mummy, but it's all different nuances. It's all completely different.
Josh, I'm
But it's
sorry
a
that
boring-
Dave's gone off the rails. I really apologize. You know, you have to
That's
listen
okay.
to an old.
I
I'm
disappeared to grab a little bit more bourbon. Sorry.
I'm
No
right, I'm
worries.
right, and Rob is.
We need bourbon because Dave is completely off the reservation now.
I'm going. Finally, I've
Wait,
gotten
can I
crazy
say that?
now with
Do
metal.
I get canceled for saying off the reservation? I don't know. But
Hey, all right, hold on. Wait, then let's switch to something much more fun.
I think
most-
talking about 12 Angry Men.
Most metal animated feature that you've ever seen.
Most
Animated movie. Most metal animated movie.
As in, like,
Just in the spirit of it, that you feel like, oh man, this is like so rock and roll and so cool and everything else. You
I don't
know,
know
it
if I'm-
should have a heavy metal soundtrack, but maybe it doesn't.
I don't know if I'm breaking your heart here, but I don't tend to watch a lot of like animated movies necessarily.
Have you seen Heavy Metal?
No, but I am aware of it.
Okay.
The funny thing is, Rob, just so you know, years ago I did a podcast where we're talking about what are the most metal movies.
Heavy Metal's not necessarily metal. I'm
And
just
I
saying.
said heavy metal doesn't count. The imagery, yes, but there is only one metal song actually in the movie. So to me, it didn't count as a metal movie, even though the title is heavy metal.
Wait. Well, let's go back. The most metal song. You've seen me now, a veteran of 1,000 psychic walls.
No, that's not metal at all. The only
pretty
metal
metal.
song is "The Mob Rules" by Black Sabbath.
Oh, that's true. Okay, you're right.
It's the only song that's metal in it. And then the thing is, I like heavy metal as a movie. Rob, do you have a if you say Fantastic Planet again,
I'm not going to say Fantastic.
Smack you.
Fantastic Planet's not metal. Okay,
It's not metal at all.
You asked me what I want to get stoned to, and I said Fantastic Planet.
Thank you.
You're
People
talking
are
about an
agreeing with
animated
me.
movie. Okay. Okay. Here's the thing. You know, it's not going to be an American animated film.
That's fine.
It's not going to be. I
The Triplets of Belleville. I know, Rob. I get it.
Stop it, Tiff. Stop. Although that movie's awesome. I love the. If you listen to my Spotify soundtrack playlist, the
It's
theme
all a
song
bunch
to
of
that
French
movie is on there.
cafe music.
No,
What he really works out to is French cafe music.
that's not true. No. I would probably go, to something like Vampire Hunter D from Japan.
Really?
Or although that's more, I mean, it's a romantic vampire movie. There's much more metal.
Wicked City's more metal as far as like anime goes.
I mean, there's a lot more metal anime than Vampire Hunter D, but you're asking me, I mean, that's a tough one, man. I mean, what in terms of
I was just curious. Animated, yeah, it's interesting.
That's tough because suddenly my mind is racing about what.
You're going through your Rolodex of animation.
Yeah, I'm going through my Rolodex of animation. I mean, American animation is decidedly not metal. And if you're going to go...
I would disagree. I would say...
and by the way, heavy metal's Canadian, so it doesn't count.
well, I would say like Fire and Ice.
Well, that's you know what? That's the only thing that came...
there's
Wizards
another one,
and
which is
Fire and
Canadian,
Ice.
and I didn't necessarily say American. I just
Right,
said animated.
but I would say like Wizards and Fire and Ice because they're Fire and Ice is Frank Frazetta, Molly Hatchet's Death Dealer cover, the classic.
Well, that's a different question I have for you guys afterwards. But okay. Also, there's one that I love. It was a Canadian production, Rock and Roll.
That's well.
If you
Yeah,
haven't seen Rock and Roll, Josh, you might.
Rock and Roll's good.
It might be tricky to find, but it's if you can find it, it's worth seeking out.
And it's actually really good. It's actually really good. I love
Remind me.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find it.
I have the Marvel comic adaptation of Rock and Roll.
I do too. Which is basically they just took
frame grabs
from the movie and put it in comic book form.
Yeah.
But I still had it.
It's pretty dope.
And they have Iggy Pop like music in it, and Deborah Harry and Lou Reed and Cheap Trick and stuff like that. Not necessarily metal bands, but like it's more rock. Now, okay, we're going fast and furious here, guys. So, and I want to hear everyone watching. I want to hear them to weigh in too. I asked this question of another friend of mine. If you could make a movie, what is like a movie that you want to see based on an album cover? What would it be?
Oh.
Like
That's a fun question.
That's a great question.
An album cover doesn't have to be metal. Doesn't have to be a metal album cover, but obviously metal album covers are way more cinematic than a lot of them, but there are still some. But
by the way,
but you can go like Journey and some of their album covers would be amazing, potentially amazing movies. But yeah, I was wondering what you guys.
By the way, before we answer that, I have to just ask. Joe Panora says, for all of us, will we ever see a new Elm Street movie or a new Friday the 13th?
Of course we will. Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah. Right. We're getting a Friday the 13th television series soon by Brian Fuller.
Yeah, but that's not a movie.
But we'll definitely get a movie. There's too much value and money to be made from those properties. They'll probably be coming within the next 5 years, I think.
You know what's crazy? My first Elm Street movie that I ever saw was the
2010 one.
I think so.
The remake, the sort of lame remake. But you went back and discovered the originals or not?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Not as extensively as I need to. I think I've watched the first 2 or 3.
Well, you watched the
good ones.
First one and the third one.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're good.
Yes, but that was my first one. I was probably 13 years old, spending the night at my friend's house, and we were going to be bad and watch horror movies. So we decided the one where he was abusing children, and we were like, fuck.
That was his original origin story. Rob, supposedly on the live feed, there is a small little box of me, like right in the center of Midnight Metal of the title.
Oh, there is. There is. I put it there just for fun.
Well, take it out.
Just to fuck with you a little bit.
You need less of me, not more of me.
It's true. By the way, I have an answer for your animated album.
You have okay.
The Scorpions, Blackout.
All right, hold on. Now you're gonna make me look this album cover up because I can't recall it right away.
Look it up.
Scorpions are also doing a residency right now in Las Vegas.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Do you buy it?
Well, I want to know what the story is, but
well, you said I don't know what the story is. You said album cover.
No, I'm not saying that I want to know the story from you. I just want to know what the story is because that's like there's a provocative album cover that you could go many different ways with.
Yeah, that's why I thought.
Good. That's good. Okay, so that's great. Okay.
I mean, that was the first thing that came to me.
Many, so that's the problem.
Okay, well.
My turn?
Go ahead, Josh. Do you have one?
I don't know if you guys remember, but Iron Maiden has one album.
Just one?
They have many.
Almost every album cover could be a movie, but
they have one album in particular that every single bandmate agrees that they just don't want to talk about. The album itself is fucking fantastic, but they don't like the album cover. They rushed the artist and just had him send over a unfinished product, essentially.
Was it Riggs' album cover?
No, this was after Riggs.
Oh,
So
whoa.
this was when Bruce joined later on again, like after
Okay.
so after he came back. The album is Dance of Death,
Okay.
and it is. Let me pull it up for you, because if you
Yes,
guys
people
have
need to see these.
if you haven't seen it before, it is weird, to say the least. I think I should. Yes. Okay. Here we go. It was essentially like a 3D image that he made, and they didn't finish everything on the album cover. I don't know if you guys can see this
Yeah.
properly, but you can see all the people dancing around the really well-made Reaper and the Eddie in the middle, and then the rest just looks like some weird 3D images that people made. And the song Dance of Death is actually a really good song about him having a couple drinks, going into the forest, stumbling across these people, and like dancing around a fire, and like just kind of like a coven that he stumbles across. And that's kind of what the album cover is supposed to be. Like, it's supposed to be these weird avatars of people, but I feel like that would make a really fucking cool movie. And
I like it. I mean,
I would love to do. Unfortunately, I don't think it'll ever happen, but and I don't mean to be like, a naysayer or anything, but I would absolutely love to do and they wouldn't make it because it would be too expensive. An epic Eddie movie.
dude,
Going throughout history.
why hasn't that been done?
You have
honest.
from Egypt to the future. You have all the eras, and just make this epic Eddie Iron Maiden movie, and the entire movie would be scored with all the songs throughout all the albums.
Of course.
And nothing else.
Well, here's the crazy thing that kind of blows me away with Iron Maiden is
I will be right back.
They have such an absurd amount of money coming from so many different places. So they're one of those few bands that have really sold their brand in so many different great ways. So they have a mobile game where people will spend tons of money on just a game where you can fight your Eddies against each other, essentially.
Wait, what? I don't know. I need to
it's great. I still play it. It's been away. It's been on the App Store for a ton of years now.
This might be. Remember, this might be a little before your time, but on CD they had this album Ed Hunter that had a video game with it.
I'm aware of that, but I never got to actually play it. But I know exactly what you're talking about. They had Ed Hunter. Well, it's a mobile game called Legacy of the Beast, and you can kind of slowly start
a comic book.
Yeah. Yes.
Which is amazing.
I still need to get it. I have not purchased it. For someone who has a bunch of Iron Maiden shit, I should have it.
There's so many Iron Maiden graphic novels now. And they've done like Peace of Mind art books and all this stuff that's really incredible now.
And that's exactly to my point, is they know how to market their mascot. Is they have a mobile game, they have costumes, they have graphic novels, they have absolutely everything. And they're making such an ungodly amount of money off of something that they made when they were probably in their early 20s.
Well, that's that Derek Riggs really made.
Yep.
Back in the day. And then he came out with an art book, all of just Eddie Iron Maiden stuff, that's like $250, and I missed it at the time. Oh fuck, I couldn't get it.
His style of artwork is just so distinguishable. Like you can pick it out.
It's incredible.
Quick. But they're one of the few bands that are just they had the brand and they capitalized on it very quickly, and they did so fucking well with that.
Yeah, they were smart.
They were incredibly smart. And that was another band that I was going to bring up while you guys were talking about like Judas Priest and the Rolling Stones, like bands that are just spry still. I got to see Iron Maiden like a year ago, and this was
Amazing.
my first opportunity to see them in the pit. I spent way too much money, but I was 20
it was
feet.
worth it. It was worth
Dude,
it, right?
I was 20 feet from the stage. It was the most insane show I've ever seen in my life. Bruce Dickinson is up on the balcony, just kind of bouncing around with his flamethrower and just kind of running around. Like it's just crazy. Like he's got to be in his mid to late 60s now, and he looks and acts like he's in his mid 30s.
Again, doing what you love.
Amazing. That's exactly it. And he just did a private show, or like a small show.
It was at the Whiskey.
Yeah.
Last
and that
weekend.
makes me so mad that I couldn't have been there. But he played to a club of like, what, a couple hundred people?
Yep.
That's fucking awesome.
I had friends who were there.
Ugh, damn it.
That
makes me so sad.
And I had no idea. And I was like, fuck, why didn't you even tell me? Yeah. Any other, I mean, that's a great album. Any other album covers that you would you would do?
I'm gonna look at my my little collection.
Don't say Cannibal Corpse, because that would be the most disturbing horror movie ever.
That would be absolutely insane.
it would shame Romero. Romero would just be like, no, I can't.
No, thank you. I've had conversations with people about Cannibal Corpse and how it's like their music and their artwork is kind of misogynistic, but
it's just graphic. It's equal opportunity graphic, I think.
Yes,
I don't think it's misogynistic at all.
It's gore to be gore.
Yeah,
That's
it's
really
just meant to be shocking, and it's like there are certain things that are just meant to be shocking.
That's exactly it. I like shock horror,
but everyone wants to take it's weird. Everyone wants to take the stand about media now in all its forms and everything, and find that it's like people want to be offended so they can complain about it.
Yes,
it just seems like, and I don't know if people in the room agree or not. It just seems like so many people now are just looking for things to be offended by, to take a position on and scream from their soapbox, when it's just like, sometimes, a tree is just a tree.
Yeah.
For a really bad analogy about this, like that might be the worst, but I
understand what you're saying though. It's but you can actually
people are working more. I think that people are spending more time looking to be offended and everything than they are of actually enjoying something.
Yeah.
Damn it, you guys! I'm sorry. I had to deal with a puppy issue.
Uh-oh.
So I took care of that. So now you're talking about something I really am. Wow, I came back to a fascinating conversation.
But that's okay, Rob, because you can take over, and I still have to, and you can do that. Why I jettison for a second.
Drain the main vein, Dave.
Yes. But we're talking about how we were talking about we're still talking about album cover art and stuff like that, and I haven't given you my picks yet. But then
I have another one too,
and Josh has another one. But then we moved also into how people are spending more time, it seems like, more effort to be offended and kind of soapbox about it than they are actually enjoying things.
Oh, yeah. I have much to say about that. I mean, okay, Josh, let me ask you this. I mean, you mentioned that you came from a Christian background. Mm-hmm. And the thing about people of faith have a very defined the idea of right and wrong and what is a sin and all of that is very defined. It's, if you want to have a legalistic interpretation of the Bible or be a little bit less legalistic, there's still a framework from which to lead your life.
Right.
Which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. I mean, obviously the American, we have the Bill of Rights, we have the Declaration of Independence, we have our Constitution, we have, it's not religious, but there is a defined paradigm that tells us what it means to be an American. Mm-hmm. and where we're coming from. Just like you have a defined paradigm to be a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim or a Buddhist or Hindu, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. But what I find so strange about the world we live in today, and maybe I'll ask you this because you're younger than me. Because I'm on social media a lot, I hear a lot from people about how they think that I should be, how I should lead my life, who I should be friends with, what I should believe. And I find this quite strange, because when I was growing up, it never would have occurred to me to tell somebody, like, my whole thing was I was a seeker. You know, I was always looking outward.
Right.
And to me, judge not lest ye be judged. You know, if you're going to start throwing rocks, don't do it in a glass house, that kind of a thing. And I was always like, I knew that I didn't know everything. So the idea of me telling other people what to do or what to say because I knew something to be true I would never have done that. And yet there's lots of people that are telling me, like, you know, Rob, I used to respect you, but you're friends with this person, or you're friends with that person, or you shouldn't do this, or you listen to this music, which is so wild to me, because you can be friends with people or like things, and it doesn't define you. To me, it's always meant that you're I'm just exploring. Like, there are people that I dislike in the world, but I know they're smart people, and I listen to what they have to say because I'm like, I already dislike them, but I know they're smart, and I'll be like, I'll listen to them, and I think that I might dislike them, but their ideas might have value, or they're douchebags, and I need to hear what they say so I can refute their arguments later. Yeah. Why is it that we live in a world now where people feel the need to define others and why are people telling me who I should and shouldn't be friends with? Or why are people telling me what books I should and shouldn't read? Or why are people telling me what I should and shouldn't believe? It's so weird. Why is this happening?
I feel like I have an idea on that. I think, like Dave was talking about earlier, like, social media has fucked up a lot of stuff. I think
indeed
we as a society have become very focused on making our voice heard, even when it does not need to be heard whatsoever.
Yeah.
I would say that most people's voices don't need to be heard on every topic. I feel like people crave that rush of people agreeing with them, and people also crave the rush of people getting upset at them. So when someone tries to call you out for something, when someone tries to yell at you for something, when they try to make fun of you for something, they get the rush of that person being upset. They get the rush of other people agreeing with them. It's that rush of endorphins that you get from having someone like your photo, or you have someone liking your comment. It's this rush of endorphins and dopamine from these seemingly dumb things, but it genuinely is a chemical that gets released in our brains when we get this affirmation, or we get that person upset at us because we know that we did something, we accomplished something.
But did you? I mean, wouldn't you rather don't you get that dopamine level if you create music or create something that didn't exist, and somebody gets a buzz from it?
But not everybody is necessarily a creative. Not everybody is going to be pursuing things like other people, and that's a big reason why people like to hate online, is they know that they're not pursuing something that they love. They're not doing as well as they think that they should. So they get their dopamine rushes. They get their endorphins from being upset at people, calling people out, demonizing people for certain things. There's something that I've kind of stumbled across in the last couple months, because I've sort of started going back to not my Christian roots, but I've been kind of exploring back into that area of like Christianity just because I'm far removed from it, but I understand it. So I'm going back and kind of like looking at people that are in this area and trying to see how Christianity is to a lot of these other people. And it is rough on social media. It's wild because even people that are seemingly very harmless, trying to like promote some Christian belief, like they're getting hated on by people who are also so-called Christians. Like there's this one girl who is extremely cringy. Let's put it like that. Like she posts these videos of like how to honor God in the gym. First off, I'm gonna read my Bible before my set, and then I'm gonna listen to my Christian rap, and then I'm gonna ask someone if I can pray with them after my set is done. Like it's
Wow.
it's clickbait and it's cringy, but it's also not necessarily that great. Like it's not something terrible. Like it's not someone persecuting.
No. Yeah.
Okay. But it's just annoying. So the amount of hate that this girl gets because she is wearing a sports bra and leggings from other Christians saying that wouldn't God want you to dress modestly? Nobody asked you to dress like a whore. Like it's just like it's stuff like that coming from other Christians. It really is just this adrenaline rush of upsetting people and making people upset at you and getting that confirmation that you're being listened to. Because I don't think a lot of people get listened to very often.
I agree with you 100%. Now
it's a weird thing.
Zach Losel, who's a longtime friend of this channel, says, "Yeah, Psychic Wars, perfect stream."
Great song.
That's good. He says this is a perfect stream for a stony night after the gym. Welcome back, Dave. Blaze it
Thanks,
up,
guys.
gentlemen. Blaze it up.
I'm confused. What is Psychic Wars? Did I miss
Well,
something?
it's the song from Heavy Metal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm out of the loop. I really need to watch these things.
And by the way, you know what's scary? Heavy Metal came out in 1981, the same year as the original Evil Dead. That's how old we are.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I remember Evil Dead in 1983. I think that's when it came out on video, which is where most people at that time would have gotten a chance to actually see it.
I saw it in the theater at the Coliseum Theater in downtown Seattle.
You're special.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know if I'm
special. But thanks to you, I have an original Evil Dead 1 sheet.
You do. And you know what? That's in great shape, and it's only folded one way.
I don't think is it folded?
It is folded, but it's only folded one. I think it's only folded horizontally.
I don't even remember it being folded, but anyway,
By the way, still one of the greatest movie posters ever made.
Yes,
Evil Dead,
the original.
Evil Dead. Yeah, Evil
with
Dead.
the girl reaching up out. Oh, it's so good.
I even really like the first remake that they did.
I love it.
I really liked it.
It's very good.
It kept with like the campy feel of the original movies, and I think that's what makes it fun. Is it's supposed to be silly and way out of left field. Like it's just supposed to be a fun horror movie, and I think they did really well with that.
They did.
Yeah, they did. All right, so guys, I this burning need to get this out. This album cover.
Here it comes. Come on, Dave. Lay it on us. Give it up, brother.
Bat Out of Hell.
Oh yeah. Meatloaf.
That album cover.
That would be a really crazy thing.
It would be an amazing movie.
By the way,
why have you not made it
that's
yet?
a great title for a movie too.
I know.
I almost said something really insensitive, and I'm not going to say it now.
What thing? You got to say it now.
Well, I was going to say, like, he's not around to tell you no, so you may as well.
But
I don't think it's incentive. I think
but
that's, you know.
there's the estate of Meatloaf and Jim Steinman, who was also the genius behind it, who sadly has also passed away. Anniversary was Friday of his passing.
Wow.
Steinman, who, if people don't know, Jim Steinman was, for those who don't know, was this amazing songwriter and musician who produced and wrote many of Meatloaf's classic songs, including All About Out of Hell, but also was a huge, as Rob and I's love for the movie Streets of Fire.
Oh my God! Come on.
He had a huge hand in that. Total Eclipse of the Heart. So many songs that people actually love.
He understood the operatic nature of rock and roll.
Absolutely, 100%. So there's that album. There's so many album covers that would be amazing.
Oh my God, yeah.
But okay, but I have a different question for everyone.
Uh-oh.
This man's on rapid fire.
I am. I'm doing it. Are you still awake, Josh? You good?
Still,
you can always tap out whenever you need to.
He is closing in on he's past 2:30 his time.
What are you drinking? Which bourbon are you drinking?
I'm drinking Horse Soldier, which
that's really good stuff.
Yeah.
It's a bourbon from St. Pete, and that is the distillery that me and my fiance we're getting married in the restaurant attached to the bourbon distillery. So I don't have to say anything else, but it's going to be a great fucking wedding.
Okay, Josh, hang on a second.
So when should I be there? And
so
when's the date you coming out?
I expect you guys to be coming to St. Pete the week of November 10th.
Okay.
Oh, I'd totally come to that. We'll live stream the whole thing.
That'd be amazing.
Okay, Josh, here's the thing. Okay.
Oh, wait. Sorry, Rob. Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you propose? You proposed.
I was just gonna ask that same question. I was just gonna say it. Josh, tell us the tale, you romantic motherfucker, you.
Oh man,
how'd it happen? First of all, I'd go back and even before you. How'd you guys meet?
Oh, dude, if I didn't tell you guys this already, you guys are gonna love this. I met my fiance at a metal concert. Yes.
Love it.
Thank you. In my mind, there was no better place to meet somebody because
I agree.
If the person that you are with likes the same music that you like, there's a lot of things that are going to click together that would probably not click together otherwise. I have this strong belief that if people are into the same music, they will have similar moral compasses and thought processes and ideas. For instance, people who are into metal are, at least from what I've experienced, are very much towards the fuck the government libertarian side of things. What do you guys think of that?
I agree.
That's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
That's the way that my brain works. So that kind of thing. So I met her at a Trivium and Avatar show.
Nice.
You guys know about those bands?
Yes.
Avatar is fucking insane. They're fantastic. Trivium is actually from, I want to say the Orlando, Tampa area. So it was kind of a hometown show for them. So it was really big. So I met her at this show. Cut to 5 years later, almost within a month of the anniversary of us meeting, I took her to Salem. And because we're both very spooky people, I was planning this trip for 6 months up to a year, just trying to get all the pieces right.
Isn't Avatar more of the only reason I even know of them is because I was doing research when Avatar, The Way of Water came out, and I came across this band. And they are like a circusy, performance-y, kind of something you would like because...
Yes.
Very much so.
They're fucking awesome. And the thing, too, is I did not know a fucking thing about Avatar until that night. I went with a couple of my friends, and they were hyping up Avatar. I'd never really listened to them, and they're like, "Oh, you're gonna fucking love them. It's gonna be great." But this concert was maybe 2 weeks, week and a half after I'd gotten broken up with from one of my exes, and I was just fucking like, I'm not gonna have fun. I just got dragged out because my friend wanted me to be here, and I was just grumpy. And watching this band, I was like, okay, this is pretty fucking cool, because their whole stage show is them being this circus.
Right. Yeah.
Their guitar player is the king. So they're like crowning their guitar player while he sits on this giant throne and just shreds a guitar solo. And at the very end, on their last song, they have like bubble machines just pouring bubbles all over the crowd. And I'm like, all right, this is pretty cool. I like this a lot. I kind of came down from my grumpiness stage. So
Bubbles will do that.
By the way, they're touring right now.
I think they are.
They're in Brazil and Mexico, and then they're coming back to Indianapolis and Huntsville, Alabama.
I took my fiance out to see them, I want to say 6 months ago. They went on tour with a couple other bands, and it was kind of a full circle moment because we hadn't seen them since we met. So this was like 5 years after we had met, back to see them again. We just kind of took it in for a second and realized like where we had come from and where we started from with music. And it was a really cool experience. We both wore our shirts.
Is Avatar going to be your wedding song?
Probably. It will be in the rotation, but
I want to see the wedding party react to that.
Oh my God.
Oh, dude, I can't wait to actually show you guys like what I have on my ideas for music. But my fiance and I went and took engagement photos, and we went back to the place in Tampa where we actually met. We went to the same venue, and we wore Avatar shirts and took photos in front of the venue and kind of commemorated the moment a little bit, because at that show, I started talking to her, and she's actually here right now. So I started like talking to her at the show, and to impress her, she was talking about how much she loved Avatar, and they were like so much fun, and she loved them a lot. And I was trying to impress her and be like, oh yeah, I love them so much. I'm actually going to go buy a shirt. So I went to the merch stand and bought a shirt for a band that I knew nothing about.
Is she going to make a cameo right now?
Would you like to make a cameo?
You are full frame, so they could see her.
You're full frame. She's wearing an In This Moment shirt, which is also applicable because I bought her an In This Moment album for Record Store Day.
Hey.
Well, hello there.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to Midnight Metal.
They are down at the bottom. This is my fiance, Ashton.
Hi.
Ashton, good to meet you.
Great to meet you.
You guys too.
Well, since you're here, tell us about when you first met.
Rob has about 20 questions for you.
Yeah, tell us about when you first met Josh. What was it like? What was your first impressions, and how'd you feel about him?
Was it looking across the mosh pit and like going, oh.
No, so I was like 19 or 20, and I didn't really have a lot of friends at the time who listened to metal. So I went to the show alone, and Avatar was opening for Trivium.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a bold move.
It is a bold move. Mad props to you, my dear. Well done.
Especially in Ybor City. I should not have done that.
Tampa's a rough place. If you guys haven't been there recently, it's pretty bad. It's gotten pretty rough.
Wow. So you went by yourself.
I did. Yeah. And I liked Trivium, but Trivium was like my ex's favorite band. So I felt like I wasn't sure if I was going to stay the whole time to watch them. So I definitely went to Avatar, and I guess because I was alone and everything, I was like, yeah, no, I'm probably going to head out. So I start walking out of the pit, and that's when I literally walked and bumped into him.
And
then
really?
He got me in the pit. This is crazy.
Wow.
Well, no, he was being grumpy off to the side.
I was standing by the exit doors with my arms
He was
crossed.
literally...
Just
Wow,
being
and
grumpy.
who said what to whom first? What did you say? Excuse me. What happened?
Nope. I made the cringiest icebreaker of all time. We were standing by the exit doors. In this venue, they had 2 exit doors out to the main, like, kind of lobby area where you could buy merch, buy extra drinks and stuff like that. So
Sure.
I was standing in the middle of those 2 exit doors, and Ashton kind of moved into that same area too. And we kind of just kept like bumping into each other because people were like pushing us around. And I made an Office quote, and I was like, "We need
From
new
the TV series The Office."
from the TV show." I was like, "We need a new plague," and she was like, "Did you take an Office reference?"
I mean, obviously,
Right quote.
That's actually pretty good.
Thank you. I thought it was pretty good too.
It's not bad. It's not very metal, but it's pretty good.
And Ashton, did you know it right away?
The Office, yeah.
You knew it, and you were like, "Ah."
I was like, oh, okay. And he has a good taste in sitcoms.
And I also had I had my Him shirt on. Dave, have you ever listened to Him before?
Of course.
Okay. So I had my Him shirt on, and I was in the stage where I was like, anybody who likes Him can be a friend of mine because they're so
Wow.
underground.
Wow.
Nobody knows who that is.
So okay, Josh, you bumped into the woman that's now gonna be your wife.
Mhm.
How'd that progress? Like, did you buy her a drink? What'd you do? What'd you do
No.
next?
I went to the merch booth and bought a shirt.
So I was 22. Ashton was 20. And we started talking a little bit over the phone, and she worked at a place in St. Pete. I lived up in Ocala, which was probably 2 hours north.
Oh wow.
And I made a 2-hour drive after work just to go visit her at her work. I came with a bottle of wine and red Solo cups.
Bruh.
And
That's fucking baller. Come on.
Dude, well, come on, Rob.
And-
It's Florida.
That's baller. It's baller.
it is, I would say.
You,
so. I thought
look,
it was pretty
if you
good. I
brought
thought
beer, it
pretty
wasn't
great.
baller, but you brought wine in Solo cups. I hand it to you, sir. Well done.
Guys,
What did you
know,
think?
This works. This works.
It was pretty good.
How did
What
you feel
what
about
did
it?
you-
Was it red
Oh,
or
I
white
poured
wine?
myself into a glass.
It's
I
red
remember
wine.
I told all my coworkers about the cute guy that I met at the show.
Ah.
Come by, and I was only working part-time, so I only got like a little 15-minute break. So I was like, hey, I think he's gonna come by. I'm gonna go see him on my break and sit outside. And I remember my coworker was like, take a 20.
And then we came back in with a red Solo cup of wine.
Yeah, and I think I mentioned like, oh, I think he wants to like bring wine, and she's like, bring me a glass. So my coworkers have always been like super supportive of the relationship, and many of them are going to be at the wedding. But yeah, they were very much like, oh yeah, like he commutes all the way from Ocala, and he comes by at the end of the day when he's done with his delivery route. Like, you guys take as long as you need on your break.
Wow. This is.
Yeah, they love
I'm
it.
getting all verklempt. How romantic.
No, it's
I mean,
really-
who
it's
would have
really-
thought that
yeah.
metal leads to this kind of a romantic gesture? This is. It gives us hope for
Yeah.
humanity.
Well,
I know
Metal
Dave's
in the
gonna.
office.
We do. We.
Okay.
do.
Okay. I understand. Okay. But now, so how long did you guys date before you got engaged?
4.5 years.
5 years.
5 years.
Oh, so you really got to know each other. That's great.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we had lots of talks about it and discussed options, and that's what I appreciate the most about her is she is an adult, and she never.
That's
at
more
any
than
point
Dave
was
and I
like-
can say. So,
Shut up, Rob.
She never pressured me into like the feeling of like, you haven't proposed to me yet. Like there was never that feeling.
nice.
But we talked about it. We talked about what we want. We want out of life, what we want out of a career, how we would like to see our lives go. It was just a very like human conversation, and that's one thing that I've always really appreciated about her is she's very down to earth and very understanding. Why are you laughing?
But this is a lovely thing to say, man.
Now,
I mean,
did you know going to Salem that he was going to propose? Did you? You had a feeling?
I did have a feeling because Salem's was one of those like bucket list cities I'd always talk about one day wanting to go to, and even like would joke like, "Hey, we should just like elope to Salem. How cool! How us?" And he started.
Where they have their witch trials?
No,
Yeah.
come on, Rob. Salem's very romantic. You're the right kind of people.
Well, you know what? If you want to have your heart removed and set it on fire, it is romantic. 100%.
Hey.
I love that.
Well, let me tell you,
the Salem's fans. Come on.
I had a plan, right? So
I'm gonna get my water. I'll be right back.
okay.
She's like, I'm done now. Thanks,
She's a good
bye.
sport.
She's coming back. I had a plan to propose to her, right? So I had a couple places in mind. When we got there, I kind of toured some of those places with her to kind of gauge how they would look with photographer photos.
Wow, okay.
And one of them was the First Church, and I really had my heart set on proposing to her in front of the First Church. And
is that where the Baphomet statue is?
No, it's right next to I wish it was, because that would be fucking sick. But it was right next to the the witch house?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
It was right next to the witch house. It's really cool old church. And I was planning to propose to her there, and we were walking around and we came up to it. And as like a prerequisite, I was like, hey, what if I take your photo in front of it? I think it's really cool. And she was like, no. I'm like, why? She was like, I don't know. I don't really care. Photos. I'm like, damn.
It was cold. I'm a Florida girl up in the cold. I was like, it's so
So I texted my photographer. I'm like, change of plans. We're going somewhere else.
We're going to a cemetery. God damn it. Shit.
We went pretty close to a cemetery, actually. We went to a spot that was like close to a cemetery and close to the water, and it ended up perfect.
Nice. And what did you say?
What do you
What do you say? Like, did you have a speech prepared?
Rob needs tips on how to propose, so that's why he's asking.
No. Like, what were the words? I'm curious. I mean, what did you say? Did you have something rehearsed? Did you?
I had a couple things rehearsed, but I wasn't sure how it was gonna go. So the best part of it was I brought my friend out to take photos, and
this is funny.
he was waiting in this park for us. He had a tripod, he had his phone, he had his bag, like he had everything set up. He had exactly where he wanted me to stand and all this kind of stuff. He had everything set up. So he was like, come to this location and I'll take photos while you propose to her. And I walked her over to the spot. There was nobody in this park besides us and this random fucking dude with a camera. So we walk out to this spot and Ashton's like,
who's the weirdo?
Like giving the side eye to this guy who has a baseball cap and is like hoodie up, walks away as soon as we walk over.
On, and Josh had put his bag down, and I see him kind of coming near the bag, and there's this guy coming who's like face is hidden, and I was about to turn to him and be like, hey, you should watch your back.
So my friend had a very specific spot that he wanted me to stand in, and in the heat of the moment, I did not have her stand in that exact spot. So he had to quickly adjust his tripod and camera thing over to the spot. And the video turned up not being great. So we recreated it in a different spot.
Yeah, Josh, you got to remember here, you got to hit your mark.
It's okay, man. We're filmmakers. It's good. It's fun.
But that's pretty much the story of it. It was I brought her to this random park. She got really distressed by a guy following us in a baseball cap and a hoodie up, and it was a good time.
That's amazing. And you guys, when are the November of this year? You're getting married. Tying the knot.
November 10th.
November 10th.
What made you decide on that day?
So the venue we're I guess renting out isn't like a traditional venue, it's a restaurant, so you kind of have to go based on their schedule, and it also happens to be like Veterans Day weekend, so
All
like
right.
it's a Sunday, so people will have Monday off, and it's just like
And it works
convenient.
out
And then
because it's not
also we want
Thanksgiving, it's not Christmas.
Yes.
right.
A lot of the places we looked at, they're like, "Oh, we have Thanksgiving weekend off." We're like,
Nobody's gonna come.
Yeah.
nobody's gonna be there for that.
I personally had my heart set on a fall wedding because I feel like fall aesthetics really play well into like what we generally like aesthetic wise,
We wanted a Halloween wedding until our friends took the Halloween wedding this year, and we're
Oh.
like, "Fuck,
My
Well,
best
look,
friend-
you got the post-election day wedding.
that is
The
true."
election's 5 days
Rob,
after the
Rob,
election.
Don't bring that up right now.
Wow.
That is something-
It's just a reality. I'm not bringing up anything no one knows.
Wedding
Well,
weekend.
most people
Yeah, what's
wanna
more
try to-
important, the election weekend or our wedding?
Yeah,
That's
perfect.
right, goddamn. No, your wedding's after the election. The dust will already be settled. It'll be fine.
Yeah, so the people.
We'll see.
Maybe it'll be a nice distraction.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's right.
exactly.
Yes, 100%.
The other possibility is that some people will be way too upset by the results of the election that they won't come to the wedding, and then we can invite other people that we actually want to be there.
Oh no. I think look, you guys have been together long enough that people are excited about it. They want this to happen. They want to be a part of it. It'll be great. It'll be a hella romantic wedding. Come on.
Will any part of the ceremony involve corpse paint? No.
As much as I would love that, but here's the fun thing is we've had a lot of talks about this. Like even before I actually proposed to her, we were talking about like if we did get married, what we would want for music. And I told her from the very start, I'm like, I don't want any of the basic bullshit of like what are some of the basic like wedding songs?
Oh, like Cha Cha Slide and all those like old dance songs.
Pokey pokey, chicken
If the
dance.
Cupid Shuffle is at my wedding, I'm walking out. I'm not coming back. Or Sweet Caroline. Like nothing.
That's Rob's favorite song. Anything by Neil Diamond.
Why are you dissing me like that? Why?
And
What?
Barry Manilow, of course. I
Only
forgot.
Copacabana. That is not Neil Diamond.
I know.
I'll
That's
put that
Barry
on just
Manilow.
for Rob.
Come on, Copacabana is a great song. Just
So
it's a performance piece.
what we've decided for our wedding is to appease the older crowd and some of the people who may not be into the same thing that we're into. We're gonna do like kind of the first half as more tame, like wedding dance music. Still stuff that we like, but not anything that annoys us. But then the back
you can
half,
appease them and still be cool.
exactly.
You could do like Roy Orbison songs or Sinatra.
Exactly.
And-
Having something to where everybody knows the song and they'll enjoy it, like The Killers or 30 Seconds to Mars, or like something like that. But then the back half, when it reaches like 10:30 p.m., it's going to be an emo night,
Oh,
and
nice.
it's going to be some deep cuts. It's going to be like, shit! I had just had this song in my head. Hang on. This is one of my. It's a song by Brand New. God damn it! I'm sorry.
No wrong answers.
I've had a couple bourbons by now.
And it's 3 a.m. for you, so you got to pass.
It is.
And
I kind of
Rob-
forgot about that, to be
Rob,
honest.
We're gonna have to do something very, very soon. We kind of missed the pinpoint time that I wanted to, but
Mhm.
it's important that I play this because
Okay.
Am I going
it's
to get demonetized?
You know what? I don't know because it's not.
It's okay.
A song.
It's fine. Oh.
As long as you play it under 30 seconds, it should be fine.
It's not a song, but this date now at midnight has a very important.
Oh, I know what you're going to do.
21.
This is important.
11:55. Almost midnight. Enough time for one more story. One more story before 12. Just to keep us warm. In 5 minutes, it'll be the 21st of April. 100 years ago, on the 21st of April, out in the waters around Spivey Point, a small clipper ship drew toward land. Suddenly, out of the night, fog rolled in. For a moment, they could see nothing, not a foot ahead of them. And then they saw a light. My God, it was a fire burning on the shore, strong enough to penetrate the swirling mist. They steered a course toward the light, but it was a campfire like this one. The ship crashed against the rocks. The hull sheared in two, the mast snapped like a twig, and the wreckage sank with all the men aboard. And at the bottom of the sea lay the Elizabeth Dane with her crew, their lungs filled with salt water, their eyes open and staring into the darkness. And above, as suddenly as it had come, the fog lifted, receded back across the ocean, and never came again. But it is told by the fishermen and their fathers and grandfathers that when the fog returns to Antonio Bay, the men at the bottom of the sea, out in the water by Spivey Point, will rise up and search for the campfire that led them to their dark and icy death. 12 o'clock, the 21st of April.
Dave,
That was fucking fun.
that was. Let me just say, can we talk about how great John Carpenter's The Fog is? You know what? I'll tell you something. Talk about movies that age well, like fine wine. That movie gets better and better as the years go by. And that opening scene with John Houseman telling that story over the campfire. And I'll tell you, I still believe that one of the great jump scares in the movies is when he slams that pocket watch shut.
It's
Stuff.
Look, Carpenter obviously is my favorite filmmaker. He's made amazing movies. It's very hard. I love The Thing. I love Halloween. The Fog is my favorite, and it is now the 21st of April. So that was really cool to be able to do that. So thanks, Rob. Hopefully
Well
you don't
done,
get
Dave.
on
That
time.
was who cares? It was awesome. Off
It's probably under
Spivey
30
Point.
seconds. It's fine.
And if you haven't, and if anyone hasn't seen the original Fog, don't watch the remake. God,
No.
you all.
Didn't M. Night Shyamalan make that remake?
no, he did not.
Am I thinking of something else? The
He
Mist,
M. Night
whatever.
has not remade anything.
He did The Happening, which is kind of.
But he's never remade anything.
Wasn't
By the way, The Fog,
make-
Dave and Josh, is 44
4
years
years
old
old.
this
Oh
year.
shit.
That's like double your age.
That's pretty close to double your age.
I it's shocking to me that, you know, and that was made by a company called Avco Embassy Pictures. And when I was a kid, whenever I saw their logo on the front of a movie, I got excited. That logo.
You knew you were getting something cool because at that time they put out things like, again, for the old people and
Phantasm.
The Howling, Scanners, Escape from New York, The Fog.
They were the A24 of their day.
But in a cooler way because they weren't pretentious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like the people that
And
work there.
I like A24 stuff, but
I do too, but
after-
apparently the
after-
people that work at A24 are the most pretentious kids in the world. It's all right. It's
good
fine.
for them. I just want to make a cool story like The Fog. I'd be happy with that.
I like
So
it.
there we go.
Well, Dave, I have to congratulate you on your movie. I thought it was fucking awesome. I really enjoyed it. I set a night aside where I would watch it, and I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun.
Because I was like, this is so not for you. I told you this when you told me. I was like, this is not for you. This is so not.
I'm like, too bad.
I know, but I appreciate it.
Once again, here's the poster that Dave had done for Let Me In, which is,
Yes.
Dave, where is it playing? Where can people see this?
That is on tubietv.com. The greatest video store that never existed. If you've never been, guys, to Tubi TV, they have so many. They have a lot of original stuff, but they have television series. They have movies. They have so much obscure stuff. You could just fall into this.
Dave, are they the modern full moon?
No, Rob, this is like the greatest mom and pop video store that never existed. They have everything. They have so much. There's so much stuff. They have so much obscure, weird stuff. They have.
Dave, you had this poster made, didn't you?
I did. I commissioned a
Fucking
guy.
awesome.
I commissioned a guy to do that. Who, when I saw his work online on Instagram, and I just happened to hit like a time where it was like, "Hey, I'm open for commissions," and he reminded me a little bit of Bernie Wrightston because he did a lot of stuff with skull work and everything. And I had several different versions of the poster with the actors' likenesses, but then I had him do one that was just skulls, and this is my favorite version of the poster. So that's the one I wanted to share.
It looks awesome, dude.
Yeah. So
I love it.
Yeah, it's a great poster, right? It's very cool.
yeah,
It's really, really
And Dave
cool.
got to go to Europe one more time to make a movie. A guy who's gone to Europe twice
to make movies. Yeah, I'm becoming the American Bruno Mattei, Rob.
There you go, man. Don't knock
You and I, and maybe two other people in the chat will actually get that reference.
Yeah, but
And
we're
it's
old.
not a
like you
flattering
said.
one, really, but you know,
I
there
don't
we
know,
go.
man. I don't know. I would say that Dave's done well for himself. Dave has done well.
okay.
And so have the two of you. So have the two of you.
Oh, thank
Done well
you.
for yourself.
You guys have done amazing.
We're trying. We're doing our best, man.
Well, listen, man. It's 3 hours. You've been on
Yeah.
for like 2.5 hours, and it's 3:00 in the morning. And I think you have better things to do than continue to talk to us.
Yes.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm having a good time. I appreciate you guys having me on. I really enjoy speaking with both you guys, especially like becoming friends with you guys over the last couple of years. Like it's just fucking cool. So I appreciate you guys having me on here. Appreciate you guys bringing Ashy on here. And
Well,
But-
congratulations, you
We're being
guys.
dragged on, really.
No. I mean, romance. You know, it's funny because I've always thought that heavy metal.
Love
Metal
is
metal is a romantic genre. People might not think of it
Always
that
has
way,
been.
but it
It always
totally
has been.
is. I mean, love is a part of it, and an enduring, everlasting love. And the fact that you guys met at a metal show with two bands, I think it's pretty cool.
I think so too.
Yeah, no, thank you guys for sharing the story.
Absolutely, man.
It's
great.
really nice that we get to share that with the people who are watching. So it's awesome.
I appreciate you guys having us on. It really means a lot. It's a lot of fun hanging out with you guys. And to be honest, I'm kind of a night owl, so I enjoy hanging out with you guys. And
Here, let me get the two of you in this 3-shot. There we go.
Thank God.
Now we can see the two of you.
Careful what you wish for, Night Owl. This might become a regular thing.
It could very well be. You never
Could be.
know.
That'd be great.
I'm okay with it. I enjoy it. I appreciate you guys.
Where, Josh? Where can people are you? Where does the next season air? When?
So the next season is going to be June 6th on NBC.
Nice.
So you can find it on
Peacock.
Yes. Also, my cat is coming back in frame
Yay!
again.
It's the
That's
whole
okay.
family now.
We're big advocates of cats here because they'll steal your breath if you're not careful.
Yeah, did you ever see the movie Cat's Eye?
No.
Watch that movie.
Yeah.
Stephen King stuff.
Yeah, she's taken over the ring light, and that's fine. So the next season of Ninja is going to be on NBC, June 6th, I believe, if I'm not totally fucking that up. And then, am I able to plug my music?
Whatever.
You can plug whatever you want, man. That's what we're here for.
Thank you.
Plug it all.
So
plug it up, Rob.
No, that's Carrie. Come on.
My personal Instagram is Tone Deaf Jesus, and I have started a quote unquote band underneath Tone Deaf Jesus Music, and we should be releasing the first single in the next couple weeks, hopefully. So that should be coming out very soon, and I'm super fucking excited about it. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be different. It's going to be kind of a mixture of everything that I love in music, from pulling from like Tool influences to pulling from like classic rock stuff that I really enjoy. It's just a little bit of everything. So at Tone Deaf Jesus Music and at Tone Deaf Jesus is my main Instagram stuff. That's pretty much all I use for social medias, and that's it.
That's amazing. And what about your lady? Do you have any social media people can follow you on? Do you want to plug anything?
Leave me alone, don't stalk me.
I don't really have anything to plug.
All right, no worries. Well, you two crazy kids, congratulations on your impending nuptials. That's amazing. It's very exciting and very romantic. See, even at heavy metal shows, you never know.
We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for having us on. We're excited to see you guys again soon.
Seriously, thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much for coming on, Josh. Both of you.
Really appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good night. We'll catch you next time.
Absolutely. Right. Thanks for being here.
Take care, y'all.
All right.
Night.
Good night. That was fantastic, Dave.
That was
really so
good.
Nice to have them come on.
It's
really cool.
A little different for us, but it was awesome. It was great.
Yeah, but it gives me faith. It gives me faith in the generation,
in humanity, in all of us.
Yeah, it's good.
So it's good shit.
What a fine way to return to Midnight Metal. I mean, now let me ask you this: now that we've chatted, talked, is there anything you want to?
Now that I'm unemployed, we might be able to make this more of a regular thing for the summer.
Yeah, no, totally.
If we can survive this.
Well, we're getting more subscribers. I'm less than 100 subscribers away from 65,000 subscribers.
It really comes down to, Rob, and I put it out there. It's like, if they want to, I mean, again, right now I've got the time.
Yeah.
We can do this more regularly.
Yeah.
But to me, it's all about what they want.
Yeah.
As it should be.
I think that look.
To me, I think we have. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
What I'm saying is, I thought even from all our past shows and everything, we did something like really kind of different, and it was really kind of nice and interesting. And I hope they thought so. I mean, I know we, as always, we go all over the place, but that's what I like.
Me too. No, I mean,
so
we have to build. I mean, we had a very devoted audience that changed. And we gotta we'll get that audience back. And I will say this. I mean, I did a lot of. I mean, I'm not going to get hammered.
You got to stop passing out and going on and having the stream go on for 6 hours.
Yeah, I can't do that. Well, that was after an 8-hour stream.
But we did good tonight. We didn't get. You and I didn't get into fights.
We didn't have to have Connie. Although I miss Connie. Where is Connie?
She's too scared to come back on, man. Trust me, I already talked to her.
But I love Connie.
I already talked to her.
love
They're
her.
like, Connie's like, no. After the last time, no.
No, it's good. We've all less alcohol, less.
Yeah. We're aging like a fine wine.
Dave, you know what I spent the afternoon doing?
Drinking wine.
No, I was out doing yard work. I was cutting the lawn and sweeping, and I was doing the yard, out in the yard, in the car, doing the whole Roy Scheider thing. But by the way, I loved that you brought up April 21st, Spivey Point, the Elizabeth Dane. I gotta watch it. I gotta watch it in 4K.
420 is a very important day. I get it for people.
421.
421 is more
Stevie
important.
Wayne, KAB, Antonio Bay.
Man, if anyone loves the fog, you go search on YouTube. There is a great playlist of Stevie Wayne's whole radio show with all the jazz songs from the Coupe de Villes,
which are terrible, by the way. That music is terrible, but I love it.
I love it,
and I hate it. Someone, by the way, someone has to find that Penthouse Forum CD that Sean gave me. Or did you give it to me, or Sean give it to me? I don't know where it came from. You gave it to me. You gave me a Penthouse Forum. I mean, people are like, "What's Penthouse?"
What's Penthouse?
By the way, I have to say, we have Thomas Logan says DP and Neon offers you Bobby Burnett, Trekkie, a $9 million biopic comedy about Rob, starring Taylor Kitsch. Do you accept? How would you write and direct it?
Wow.
I would do.
You get Taylor Kitsch playing you.
Well, here's the thing.
Well, you just leveled up.
Yeah, I was gonna say I love Taylor Kitsch. I love. First of all, I showed Elizabeth Friday Night Lights, and she loves Tim Riggins. She loves Tim Riggins. I have no chance. But I'll tell you something, if I would make a movie with Taylor Kitsch, I would make a biopic about him finding out he's going to star in John Carter, Warlord of Mars, and the entire process of what happened to him. Because you had the most successful animation director for Pixar directing its first live-action feature, and he gets a star in it. You'd think it's the most amazing thing in the world for him. And the horrible... I mean, I love that movie. And I love John Carter unapologetically. I think that movie was murdered by Bob Iger because he didn't want to lose Star Wars. I have a lot of thoughts about this, but I would love to tell that story of him. By the way, Kenneth Colton says, I had no idea Rebel Moon 1 and 2 had a budget of over $200 million with marketing added. Who the hell greenlights this? This is cringe personified. Grain, Rob. Grain. Wow. Dave, have you watched Rebel Moon Part 2, The Scar Giver?
No. I watched 1.
Dude, I have to tell you. I mean, I was a Zack Snyder fan. I love Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Look, visually he's great, but I like the first part of it was very. I can't remember it.
Army of Darkness. Army of Dead. That was my first movie after the pandemic. I went to the Chinese theater to see it, not in the main house, but I was excited. I hadn't seen a movie in like 2 years. Couldn't believe it. Go back. I hated Army of the Dead. I hated it. It was nonsensical claptrap.
I mean, I didn't hate it, but it like kind of like it was one of those things that just like.
Well, Zack Snyder,
like Rebel Moon Part 1, because the thing is, I was feeling like if I have to watch Part 2, I need to rewatch the first one, and I'm not. It's like visually, it's cool. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know what's happened with these two. I don't think he's like lost it, because I think he's very. Look. There's a lot of stuff. There's more Zack Snyder stuff that I like than I don't like. When you break it down to all his stuff.
By the way, Michael Elliott, who used to come on the show, Michael Elliott sent in a super chat.
Yeah, he said I got fat.
He said, "You got fat?"
He's like, "Did you gain weight?" I'm like, "Oh shit, I thought I had lost weight."
I don't think you've gained weight. You look great. You're totally fit.
Getting old, man, it's just fucking all just going downhill.
That's not
But
true.
whatever. Anyway, yeah, don't you like more Zack Snyder than you don't?
Well, here's the thing. You know, Dawn of the Dead's one of my favorite, not just horror films, but movies. And the fact that somebody remade it, I was so primed to hate that fucking movie.
Yeah, but he did a great job at that.
I have to say, the opening scene is a banger. And then when the opening credit sequence that Ken Foree's in, and of course they're playing Johnny Cash when the man comes around, I liked. I don't.
You were surprised.
It's not. I was blown away.
It's-
Then I liked 300, and then
300's amazing.
yeah, and look, I'm a huge Man of Steel fan.
Watchmen's got a lot of great stuff.
You know, I've got 4 Watchmen action figures right behind me.
Right. So there you go. Man of Steel.
Love Man of Steel.
Like visually at least the Sucker Punch. You like the girls. The girls are amazing.
I don't love that movie.
But you like it enough for the aesthetic of it.
Yeah, but I feel bad for liking that.
But the aesthetic of it is hot.
Yeah, but it doesn't. I don't think it works as a film. But I will say this. I love. Don't love it. But I like the Ultimate Edition of. Here's the thing. I call it the Justice League trilogy: Man of Steel, Zack Snyder's Justice League, or pardon me, Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, the Ultimate Edition. While I think there's no joy in those movies, there's no delight. I really like the operatic, dark nature of it all as like a DC Elseworld story. I really like those three movies together.
Here's the question: is there joy in the Dark Knight Returns and Frank Miller stuff? Is there joy?
You know what? Look,
not joy.
No, there's not.
Great,
no.
It's great storytelling.
No, but when you're watching a movie, I mean, you know, when you have Lex Luthor deliver a jar of piss to Holly Hunter. Drink Aunt Granny's peach tea or whatever the fuck it is. I'm like, did you really need to do that? Did you have to go there?
Okay, the Lex Luthor part of those movies.
I mean, I like him, but
it was an interesting take. There's great stuff in those movies.
Oh, I know. I like the operatic nature of it, but I'm just like, look, when the MCU was at its best, it understood how to balance that line. And I'll tell you, as an example, Captain America: The Winter Soldier opens at the mall, you know, with the Washington Monument. You have Sam Wilson jogging around the mall, and you've got Steve Rogers lapping him on your left. And when they meet, you have 2 men, soldiers, admirable. They like one another. Sam Wilson knows Steve Rogers is Captain America and a super soldier and all that, but they're equals. You know, it's a great
Steve
scene.
Rogers goes to their support.
And then takes it over in Endgame, and
exactly. And that's the thing. That was the thing with, like, I didn't want to be hard on Josh. When he was like, the Marvel superhero, those things are empty and stuff like that. And I got to tell you, you know, from after Endgame on, I tend to agree.
I agree too.
But the funny thing is, I listened to the book, The MCU, that just came out in the past year about the whole business of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Like on Audible, I listened to the entire thing, and it got me wanting to revisiting some of the movies, and I did. And I specifically revisited Infinity War and Endgame.
Dude, they're the two of the greatest fantasy films ever made.
And the thing is,
ever
emotionally, both movies still hit me.
Oh, well, I mean, and not only that, they play off. They're brilliant films.
Here's the thing. The thing is, I'm old. It's funny.
You're not that old, Dave.
I'm old. I'm sappy. You know, I watched certain moments in both films, and especially Endgame, where
Tony Stark meets his dad.
Well, the funny thing is, like, I remember being in the theater opening day of Endgame, and sitting at the Cinerama Dome opening day.
Yeah.
For Endgame. I mean, we built up to this. We've already done Infinity War and everything else, and we get to the portals moment, and I'm like going. And I'm in the theater for the first time, not knowing what's going to happen and everything. And then it's just like on your left.
Which is a payoff. It's a payoff to the beginning Winter Soldier.
Right. But that's the thing. At that time, Marvel did everything that paid off.
Yeah.
It acknowledged and paid off everything. And it's like you get the portals moment. And then you're like, all these heroes are aligned.
Bro,
like before he says Avengers assemble, and you're just like going, I can't believe I'm seeing this,
dude. I
believe I'm seeing this, and you get and it's like tears are coming out of your fucking eyes. It's like this is so fucking amazing.
I agree. I mean, I saw, for me, I saw Infinity War with John Schnepp. You know, we were at the El Capitan, and he wasn't alive when Endgame opened.
I know,
and for me, like when I was sitting next to, it was Coy and Amy Dallin and me and Schnepp, and I know it wasn't Hugo Weaving. It was a sound alike, but it was exactly like Red Skull. When you hear Red Skull's voice in Infinity War, John Schnepp turned to me.
And then turns around and goes, oh my fucking
He just grabbed. He was like, grab me. He looks at me and he was going, oh my god, you know. And you know, we'd done this show together for 3 years. And
the funny thing is, I didn't realize it at the time, but we had all gone to see Godzilla, the
2014, and we got that great picture in front of the Chinese theater of all
together, and I didn't know who he was then. And then I remember going to Comic-Con and buying his Superman documentary.
Yeah,
didn't know, and he was like, "Oh, thank you so much for buying this." I bought it directly from him. I'm like, "Well, he seems really nice. That's cool. I'm glad to support this guy who's doing this."
No, but those movies were so tightly constructed, you know, and it was so. Like, to me, the fantasy. Look, I felt the same way. I was sitting next to Derek Hughes and Nikki Griffin. We all went. Nikki Griffin, who was in Fast and Furious 3, or as I like to say, The Drift. We're watching in 2012. We're watching Avengers together. And as a lifelong comic book fan, I watched Avengers in a state of constant amazement, thinking like what you said. I was like, I can't believe I'm watching this movie when they're on the Shield helicarrier, and you know, Hulk is blip. It's just like, what the fuck am I watching?
It's the weird thing that we got to experience. Like you're watching it for the first time, and you're going, they are just nailing it. They're nailing every point, every minutia of this that you could have wanted as a lifelong fan.
Dude,
they nailed it.
Nailed it. It was, and so much of the first part of the first 3 phases of the Infinity Saga were that way. And you know, to me, that was the great modern franchise. You know, Star Wars, as much as I love Star Wars, but that was to me, Star Wars was the late 70s and early 80s. And
it evolved out of our generation.
Yeah, and it's fine. It's fine. But to me, Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back are 2 incredibly important moments in time for me.
You cannot discount Return of the Jedi. It all comes as a package. No, I'm sorry.
You really can. I can discount it.
No, you can't. I'm sorry. When I was
Return of the Jedi is the most disappointing movie I've ever seen in my life.
Oh,
it remains that way. People don't understand it now, but it really was. I've never been more disappointed by a creator than I was by Return of the Jedi.
Saw the Phantom Menace.
No, because here's the thing.
You had already been disappointed. So
No, I would no. The Star Wars special editions told me what the Phantom Menace was going to be. Once I saw what was happening, I'm like,
I wouldn't even have thought of that, but you're probably right. But
no,
anyway.
I didn't at that point. I just didn't care.
But
the thing is, because Star Wars was 1977. It was a point in my life when I was a kid. Star Wars changed the entire perception of what cinema was. It was an amazing, and then Empire Strikes Back plus that. And I saw Empire Strikes Back 26 times in the theater. It was an amazing thing. It changed my life and all that. And then, you know what? By the time I was 16 and Jedi came out, I was like, yeah, whatever. I was already at that point where things had disappointed me, but I'm like, you can't make a movie with the Death Star in the beginning when the Death Star's already been blown up. Even as a 16-year-old, I'm like, why would you do that? You're trying to show that a Death Star 2, you've already shown that the Death Star can be blown up. And you can't give me another Death Star. From the very beginning of the movie, I'm like, oh. And even I knew as a 16-year-old, I'm like, you failed. Because you can't give me something that's already been destroyed. I don't care what you say.
I'm glad for you. I'm glad that I wasn't.
I'm older than you.
I'm glad I wasn't of that age where it still held a lot of excitement for me.
Oh, I was totally excited. I couldn't, but you know what?
No, but you got unexcited very quickly.
No,
during the movie.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know? I'll tell you something funny because people don't remember this. I'll tell you what really unexcited me about Return of the Jedi. The soundtrack album for Empire came out. No one knew what Star Wars was, so I wasn't looking for it. But the soundtrack to Empire Strikes Back, to get a new Star Wars soundtrack, was like the greatest thing ever.
Right.
And that soundtrack came out before the movie. It was like Star Wars, a 2-disc set.
I had the album.
Big deal. Return of the Jedi was a single-disc record. And I know this is going to seem strange to say, but first of all,
it's not epic enough because it's not too.
And the artwork was fucking terrible. The key art was the hands holding up the lightsaber.
I didn't mind the key art.
Dude, it's fucking terrible compared to the Gone with the Wind Empire poster. No. I knew from that soundtrack record. I'm like, this is lackluster. It was lackluster. And when I was watching Jedi, I went to the Seattle Film Festival, like with Empire, special screening. As soon as they walked up to the door at Jabba's palace, I hated the lighting. I'm like, this is terrible. They're like, goodness gracious me, whatever. I'm like, this fuck. And then the Gamorrean guard's like, arr! I'm like, what am I watching? A TV commercial? I hated the lighting. I hated everything. And by the time R2 and 3PO were face down in the sand in front of that terrible backdrop, I'm like, I'm out, man. This movie is fucking terrible. And my heart was already crushed 10 minutes into that film. Max Rebo, blah, 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 none of the designs. Cy Snoodles. I'm like, fuck you. Fuck you, George Lucas. And fuck this fucking movie. I hated it 20 minutes in. And, to be fair, the rescue of Han Solo was serviceable. And the rest of the movie is like Mon Mothma. Many Balthans died. I'm looking at, what's with that haircut? Why do you look like somebody from my mom's sewing group, Mon Mothma? Fuck Return of the Jedi. Fuck that movie. That movie's the most disappointing film I've ever seen. You know what? Star Wars has been disappointing ever since. And no one wants to admit it. No one is true about Star Wars. No one believes. But you know what? If we lived in a world where Star Wars was only Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back, it would be the greatest cinematic thing ever. But every time they make something new Star Wars, they diminish Star Wars and Empire. They make it shittier and shittier and shittier and shittier. And I've spent almost 50 years watching two things that meant the world to me get worse and worse and worse and worse. And if Disney, I mean, they wonder, Star Wars, I mean, fuck. I'm not kidding, Dave. It's not funny.
I know. I just find it
I've spent my entire adult life watching something that changed my life just get shitty. And people are like, I love this. No, you don't. You don't really love it. You love Star Wars. You love the idea of what Star Wars and the Empire brought you. But most of you saw Star Wars for the first time with the special edition. So you think Han Solo stepped on Jabba the Hutt's tail. Fuck you, George Lucas. You ruined one of the greatest things ever. And you ruined it in 1983 with Return of the Jedi. You did. You ruined it. You ruined it. Weequay. Give me a fucking break. Even when I bought that figure, Weequay, get the fuck out of here. Of course I bought it. I bought them all. Except Yak Face, which I couldn't find. No, but I mean, it was just like, fuck that. You know what? I'm so tired. I have to sit there and listen to everybody. Oh, Return of the Jedi is great. I'm like, no, it's not. Everything wrong with America is it's like, if you love Return of the Jedi, you are the problem with the United States of America. You're probably somebody who's a Marxist in college. I love Return of the Jedi. No, you don't. It's not good. It's not good. I love the speeder bike chase. The speeder bike chase, inconsequential. Do you know if you watch Star Wars, every single plot point, narrative thrusts. I mean, why is there a speeder bike chase in that movie? Just because we can do it. Just because we can do it. Why,
Sell toys.
Sorry.
Sell toys.
Anyway, everyone's like, what? What are you talking about?
This is the most epic. This is a wonderful rant. This is a wonderful.
Dude, I'll give it to you.
Wait,
Paul Gilmore asks, he says, could the problem with Zack Snyder be that he became his own DP?
Could the problem be with Zack Snyder after that?
Paul Gilmore, one of the twin flicks. Come on.
Sorry. Yes, wait, hold on.
Look, everybody loves Return of the Jedi. I'll die on the hill. I'll never convince anyone.
Zack Snyder. Back to Zack Snyder.
Yeah.
What was he asking?
Paul Gilmore says, could the problem with Zack Snyder be that he became his own DP? And I would say no. Steven Soderbergh's his own DP. Peter Hyams became his own DP.
Robert Rodriguez became...
Robert Rodriguez was always his own DP.
No, he was not. Guillermo Navarro was his DP for Desperado.
Okay, but that was later, after he'd already shot Mario.
No, Desperado, second movie.
Yeah, but he shot El Mariachi himself.
Yeah, that was his first movie.
I know.
Second movie was, and you know what? What movie of his has looked better than Desperado?
None. Desperado's amazing.
Thank you.
I love Desperado. Major Chai Chai, our favorite Major Chai Chai, she says, great show tonight. Robert and Dave, great discussions, and I learned a lot.
Yes.
Yeah, Major Chai Chai learned that she should never love Return of the Jedi. And people, you know what? Every time I go off on this rant, people are like, but I love Return of the Jedi. And I make people feel bad. I know it. They're all wrong, but I make people feel bad. And then they get mad at me like, I love Return of the Jedi. You loved it because you saw it when you were 5.
Now, Rob, I'm going to bring up a word for you to go off of. Okay. Ewoks.
Okay. No, but okay, but okay. Let's take away. Let's look at it in context of Star Wars and Empire. 2 movies that change fantasy filmmaking forever. When you're watching Return of the Jedi, and I understand what Lucas wanted to do, the Vietnam, I mean, he was involved in Apocalypse Now when they were going to shoot it in Vietnam and all that. And I understand he wanted to show what a resistance movement, a primitive people against a highly mechanized, very technologically advanced army. I get all of that. But then he gave us something. The problem with the Ewoks is that you don't believe them. There's nothing in that movie that makes you believe. If it was Kashyyyk and it was the Wookiees, I would have, but it would have been a hugely much more expensive film. And I get why he did that. That movie, that's the reason people hate the Ewoks. They can't quantify it. The reason they hate the Ewoks is they don't believe the Ewoks could ever do what is done at the end of Return of the Jedi. Nobody believes it. When you start seeing the Ewoks smashing ATSTs with their traps, the Vietnamese, it's one thing to have punji sticks in the ground.
Wait.
They have flying. The Ewoks are flying in Ewok hang gliders in that movie.
Wait,
Give me
can
a
I stop
fucking break.
Can I stop one thing? And this is not really important.
Everything is important, Dave.
But you said ATSTs.
Yes, all-terrain scout transports.
Right. Now, when you were a kid, did you say AT-ATs or did you say AT-ATs?
Well, I said...
Because to me, they're always going to be AT-ATs.
Okay, yes. Now, you have to understand, while you're watching the movie, no one says... Now, this is an important point.
No one says anything.
It never says anything. The only reason we know they're called AT-ATs or ATSTs is because, one, the toys, and two, the Ralph McQuarrie portfolios or the sketchbooks or whatever. It was all the merchandising. And we were so enamored of Star Wars that we had to know what all these things were called. And by the way, the fact that they were called, and there was an action figure, AT-AT Pilot, which, by the way, with this gray and white coloring, was awesome, which made him even cooler. So you knew, and this was another brilliant thing about Star Wars, is they made all this shit up. Do you think in the script it says Weequay grabs his thing and menaces Han Solo? They didn't know what the fuck it, they didn't know. A man. Return of the Jedi has an action figure from the background. A man. Give me a fucking break.
Guys, is the AT-ATs or AT-ATs?
It's AT-ATs.
Thank you.
But they're AT-ATs, but we knew they were all-terrain armored transports.
Right, but did they go in their description? And this is one thing I thought about that I couldn't remember. On the toy, say the toy description, was it A.T?
No, it was AT-AT.
Okay, so AT
is correct.
Acceptable. It's an acceptable.
Yes.
Because I hate when people go, "Oh, the AT-ATs." I'm like, you mean the AT-ATs?
Oh no! They're AT-ATs. Anyone who says AT-AT is a douche. Fuck them. It's AT-AT.
Thank you.
Because when you're a kid, it was directed as AT. It was not A period T period. It was AT dash AT-ATs.
And it was the one toy when I was a kid that I could never get because I was blessed.
And by the way, can I just say I had it? It was one of the greatest toys ever because you could stick your hand in it and move the head around.
And I'll tell you the other one that always broke my heart that I could never get, and it was because I could never find it, and probably at that time I could never afford it, was the Kraken from Clash of the Titans.
Well, you can get it now though because there's a lot of Clash.
I don't want it now because now I realize it's not very good. Compared to the movie.
Well, no, ask Mego. They got that license thinking they were going to make, a lot of money.
Yeah.
Dude, I got to tell you, people have always pilloried me on the internet about Return of the Jedi, but I'm right.
Well,
I'm right. They just don't know the difference. They don't understand. They saw it for the first time.
The thing is, personally and intellectually, you could be right, but emotionally, you can be wrong.
No, I understand. I would never take that away from people. The problem is, Dave, I would dare say you can point to people's love of Return of the Jedi or Star Trek 09 and then equate it to the decline of the American experiment.
I don't think so.
I can.
Maybe
you love Return of the Jedi, you're the problem. You're a bad voter. You don't know the Bill of Rights. You don't understand what's going on, and I will say that. They're the same people that love Star Trek 09. Carl Urban's, he's such a great Dr. McCoy. Yeah, he's imitating DeForest Kelley. I'm being tongue-in-cheek, everyone. Don't think I hate you because you like Return of the Jedi.
And we all
I don't respect you.
And the thing is, we all know that we all love. I mean, if there's anything to love about the Abrams Star Trek era, it is Carl Urban.
Yeah,
there's
no, I
some-
mean,
there's
there's no
something-
doubt it was cast well. And the funny thing,
that's the thing is like, you know what? I saw a video yesterday. It has nothing to do with Star Trek, guys. Chris Evans walking into like a diner here in SoCal, and that man's younger than me, but he's got like more gray and white hair, and he's got a big white beard, but he's still in his shape. He's fucking impeccable, and it's like, god damn, hell yeah, good for him. He's owning his gray and the beard too. Is like, and he's younger than us, but he's still a smoke show. He's still a smoke show.
he is a smoke show. You're a smoke show, Dave. Come on.
No,
Come on,
not
dude.
compared to him. I mean,
Well, he was getting in Deadpool shape. Oh wait, what?
Who?
Chris
What?
Evans?
What?
Nothing?
Not Chris Evans. Not Chris Evans. This Star Trek Chris.
Oh, you're talking Chris Pine.
Pine. Sorry, guys. Pine.
Oh, I was just
Pine.
kidding about Chris Evans and Deadpool.
Did you just spoil something?
No. I haven't seen it. I don't know anything.
What do you? Okay, well that's good. Thank God Hugh Jackman's not in it. That would really suck.
No. I didn't get to see the footage at CinemaCon.
I know, you
And
didn't
by the
go.
way, Chris Evans was not in the footage at CinemaCon.
I mean, he could be. I mean, we know that, you know.
Dude, everyone
pretty much
is in
everyone
Deadpool.
Everyone.
Everyone.
Could be. And the thing is, like, that's kind of nice to have them put out there that everyone could be in it. And it's like, well, you can't really spoil.
Yeah,
it.
by the way, I was just making just so people. In all seriousness, I was just making a joke. I honestly, I like with Avengers Endgame. I have specifically steered away from. I went into Endgame spoiler free, and with Deadpool and Wolverine, I have also specifically steered away from spoilers. I really don't know anything about the movie. And I wasn't at CinemaCon, and I was kind of pissed that there were things at CinemaCon that leaked. I was pissed. I'm like, why'd you guys have to spoil anything? Because I have to tell you,
Pay attention too much, so I didn't hear anything. So you don't have to tell me.
I won't say anything. But going into like I've purposely, there have been people that have wanted to tell me things about Deadpool. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to know, and I've actually consciously said, and I was able to do that with Endgame. I didn't watch.
Could be in Deadpool 3, and I'm just saying he just showed up with like a full beard and like kind of white graying hair.
I would assume.
I mean, William Shatner now looks younger than Chris Pine does right now because his wig is dyed darker.
Shatner looks pretty good. He was on Bill Maher last week.
93, 94. He looks great. He
Looks
was
great.
He did Bill Maher and shit like
great.
that.
Yeah.
Dude,
No, but people have said,
again, doing what you love.
yeah, of course. I mean, Shatner never. But I just want to make it clear that I know nothing about Deadpool and Wolverine because I started to hear things and like with Avengers Endgame, I went in pretty. I saw the first early teaser, and then I went in. I went in pretty spoiler free to Endgame, and I have to tell you, Dave, it was such a joy to see that movie without knowing anything.
I mean, that's the thing. You know, we've had, and sometimes you and I collectively have had. We've been in the theater at the same time on certain things, on big movies, and actually like smaller movies.
Yeah,
we've had these collective experiences together where we get this audience reaction, and with us not knowing things, and that means so much. It makes the experience, I mean, it reminds us why we go to the movies.
yeah, and yeah,
it's the collective thing. I mean, my God, in Endgame, that moment where Thanos gets the fucking gauntlet again, and you think, oh fuck, he's gonna do, and it's right before Captain Marvel grabs his hand, and you're like, "Oh fuck!" And the entire theater went, "Oh my god!"
dude, it was no. When I saw Endgame on the Disney lot with all the genre reporters and everybody all are jaded. Everybody went bananas.
with a theater at the ArcLight at the Cinerama Dome on opening day.
Oh yeah.
To get that experience there.
Incredible. I mean, it was incredible, and that's why.
You know, remember, it reminds you of what the power of the power of the collective can be.
And that's, yes. And I think, what's really changed, in my estimation, it is that movies now have become, and people say this, but I don't want to be like, they're all, it's all a corporate product now. That I've said on my show for 6 years, that movies used to be the collision of art and commerce, and the business side of movies were incumbent upon the success of the artists that were hired to make the films. And the business side knew that they had to hire the right people to make the movies. Now, because of the way business is done, and they've tried to change the funny thing about the metrics of the movie business, they haven't changed. The idea of audience and how many people go and all that, box office, none of that has changed. But on the business side, because everyone's looking at Wall Street and corporate earnings and worldwide global, they think the business of movies have changed. But the people making movies know that the business of movies haven't changed. But the people that control the studios now have never worked in the entertainment business. The entertainment business does not work like any other business. It doesn't work like real estate, where you can be like, okay, if I buy a block in New York, this block, and I build a mixed-use building that's 50 stories, I know that I can charge this much money per square foot, and I know exactly how much me and my investors are going to make. And Wall Street and corporate thinking has turned everything into that same, if we make a product and we're going to do something, we should be able to tell you exactly how it's going to be made. The frustrating thing about Hollywood is you can never know. Nobody in Hollywood, William Goldman said it in Adventures in the Screen Trade, no one knows anything. But yet they keep trying to shoehorn the entertainment business into the same business paradigm, which does not work. Streaming doesn't work because they all think like, okay, we're going to get to this level and make this much money every month, but they don't that's not how the entertainment business works. So the only people that really will ever get rich in the entertainment business are mavericks, are the people that will shoot from the hip like Alan Ladd Jr. Universal never thought American Graffiti would be a hit. It was a hit. And even then, when George Lucas said, "Oh, I would like to make my version of Star Wars, or my version of Flash Gordon, I'm calling it Star Wars," Universal's like, "Nope, we're not interested." You thought his movie would suck, and he goes over to Fox. One guy, Alan Ladd Jr., is like, "I don't know if I really understand this, but I like this Lucas guy. Let's make this movie." The entertainment business has no one like that anymore, because no one in the business that runs things, they don't love movies, they're uneducated when it comes to storytelling, and they don't know what's good or bad. So all the decisions are made based on these external forces. I have to look at a spreadsheet. It has to be DEI. It has to be this. It has to be, and it's like, do you know if it's good or not? And they don't. They don't know. And the people that run the business, everyone's like, why is Hollywood's in a free fall? Because nothing they make is genuine. Nothing they make is good, because the people that greenlight these things don't know the difference.
Well, the thing is, it's when it became, and this is nothing new. I mean, I think everyone watching this here knows this now. It's like once the studio system, when the companies in like Universal and then MGM, I mean, who would have ever thought MGM, who made Gone with the Wind, at that time, the still the most profitable movie ever made, if you bring it down to inflation, would ever collapse. But when these companies became corporations, when it became run
Or even before corporations, but big companies were acquired by other
when
companies.
it became more dollar and cents, and then it wasn't run by people who were actually like, who liked movies.
No.
Where it became a bottom line thing, or it became an ancillary sort of thing, where it became a promotion for, you know, toys. I mean, that was the eye-opening thing that I didn't know about Marvel when I read that book, the MCU, was that so many of the decisions, so much of the stuff was driven by toys, by toy sales, and I was like, oh wow. I mean, up until like,
well, that's why there's a new Iron Man suit in every movie.
Through Endgame, that it was driven more, that the revenue almost up until that point was made more by toy sales than it was by the actual movies. I'm like, wow, I had no idea that had such a profound influence on the actual movies. And the thing is, average Joe moviegoer doesn't know that, has no idea, you know, and what a battle it was to get something like Captain Marvel or Black Panther made. And it's fascinating, and you know, that part is really fascinating. It's also kind of sad, but the thing is, but look, we're strangely, even as cynical as we are, we're rose-colored glasses people, where we don't want to think that that's what it is. But the thing is, it's tough. It's all about the bottom line. It's all about money and stuff like that. And the thing is like, you know, we're celebrating something tonight that was made in 1980 that would never get made today.
No,
he would never get to make. Like, I want to do a movie. It's like, fuck, that's fucking stupid. How do we fucking, you know, monetize that? It's like,
well,
you can't, but Bob Raimi, who ran Abaco Embassy at the time, actually liked creativity and loved movies.
Well, yeah, and look where Robert Raimi, look where he went on and what he produced later, you know, but that's, look, we now live in a world. Look, and I say this all the time on my own YouTube show. There has been a great inversion in the audience, and young people grow up me. And I don't necessarily mean this as a bad thing. I just mean it as something that's happened. It's kids today are like, what makes me feel good? Like you and I, we grew up in a world where
it's different. We have to. And the thing is,
we looked out
to adapt and understand. We have to at least understand it.
Of course. But here's the problem. We believed that movies were better than we are. Movies were more important than we were. That's why we love movies. Movies were a place, a thing that we looked to show us the way, to shine the light. What does it mean to be a human being? But again, nowadays, especially younger kids, they're the end-all, be-all. That's why you have kids going to school wanting, if their college professors don't say something like, you could spend your whole life, I must go to Harvard. Oh, wait, but if my Harvard professor says something that offends me, I'm going to get them canceled. Like when we were growing up, you'd be like, no, we want to go to college to have our college professors challenge us. I want to go to Harvard because the people there are way smarter than I am. Not anymore. Kids now are the end all be all. I'm the smartest person. I don't like you. You've made me feel bad. Off with your head. We believed in like John Carpenter. No one sat there and go, well, he's just a genre filmmaker. We looked at The Fog and revered it.
Sure, but we were naive then too. I mean, that's the thing. Is like,
no, we weren't. We loved it because it was good.
No. Rob, hold on. It was good, but we were naive. We didn't know how the business worked. And the thing is,
but that's the thing.
Say something like, remember, we weren't there when Assault on Precinct 13 came out, but remember, shooting the fucking girl Kylie Richards at the time. Spoiler alert for everyone from, you know,
I wanted Vanilla Twist.
1976 or something like that.
That'll never happen today.
But the thing is like, even then it was controversial.
Yeah, of course.
Even
But
then,
but
it went.
but
So, but the thing is, I think the thing is, we, not just being naive, when we were growing up, there wasn't as much openness about how the industry actually is. And
no,
everything.
100%.
So in a lot of ways we were sold a wrong, but I felt like in a
Well-
way I was sold a wrong bill of goods, because it was like, if you buckle down, yes, you have to be creative and you have to be innovative and everything. But the thing is, even if you weren't, if you buckled down and you really did the hard work and everything, you could build a career. That's not the case.
Well,
now.
no, and you and I both, and we know so many people that like I got to make one movie and I didn't get to. I mean, as a writer director, and yeah, there's a lot of people before you get to make another film. But here's the thing: there's something that happened in the business that had not happened before. And the big shift that's happened in our lives in Hollywood is that it used to be that, first of all, the venues that movies were seen at, when we were kids, there were drive-ins, there were multiplexes, there were double features.
Sure.
When movies like Halloween, they played regionally for 2 years. Or Dawn of the Dead, and they played from
Raiders of the Lost Ark played for a year in the theater.
Yeah, and so these movies would become, so now Hollywood no longer, I mean, look at Hollywood movies that we loved growing up. Like if you look at a release slate from any studio in the 80s, from 1980 to 89 or 90. The diversity of stories that the studios were telling. You get rom-coms, you get biopics, you get dramas, you get erotic thrillers, you get science fiction or horror. You get all those things from one studio because they were making movies for the domestic market. They didn't have to appease a global audience, and movies were made for 15 million, 20
they were
million.
made for much cheaper. Yeah, but
Hunt
the
for
thing
Red
is,
October was a $30 million movie, and that was a hugely expensive film.
Of course, but do you think today's market and everything, and the way things are today, the thing is, the reality is that if Raiders of the Lost Ark came out today, it would not play a year. The audience would not sustain it, because again, we're living. That's the thing. I think the challenge for people like us is that we have to constantly revamp and adapt to what is today's world. And the thing is, you're given less and less time to make that impression, to make that sort of thing that resonates with an audience. Especially if you're not a major feature film or an IP or anything like that. And the thing is, it's not the audience's fault. The fucking studios, the fucking companies have programmed them to appreciate IP and things that they have familiarity with before they go into the theater way more than the unknown. And the thing is, the difference is, when we were growing up and everything, we embraced the unknown. That's all for the most part. We knew we were being fed the unknown more than the known.
But not just us, the business knew they were being fed the unknown. As I've often said, no one ever got rich in Hollywood following a trend. People used to get rich in Hollywood setting a trend. I read an article last night on my show. I went back and, I love to find articles. I read an article that was in the Hollywood Reporter talking to distributors, people that worked in distribution when the original Star Wars came out. And this was a retrospective article that came out in 2015, right after Force Awakens opened. And there were people that were talking about Star Wars. Nobody knew. Nobody had, and Star Wars was only booked in 32 theaters.
Right.
When it first opened. It was a second-tier film. Everyone thought the Fox's movie, The Other Side of Midnight, was going to be based on a Sidney Sheldon novel, was going to be the huge movie this summer.
Right.
I know, right? And it wasn't. And it was a total inversion, and they didn't know. So a very different world. And all these distributors, they had to figure out how to, and I hate to say this because I love William Friedkin so much, but the Chinese theater had booked Sorcerer, his Wages of Fear remake into the theater. Star Wars opened, and then Sorcerer was going to come in 2 weeks later and take over for at least 2 weeks.
Like, no, we're making box office.
But no, they had to honor it. So what they did was what the Man Theater did. They took this shithole theater in Hollywood. They did a quick renovation of the whole theater within a couple of days, and they moved Star Wars into that theater and then brought it back to the Chinese 2 weeks later.
Was that the Vogue?
It might have been the Vogue. It didn't say the name.
Down the road, yeah.
I was curious.
Yeah.
But people forget about nowadays. I mean, there is no, for Hollywood studios, they're spending at least, I mean, when was the last time you heard of a studio making a studio? Warner Brothers, Paramount, Sony. When was the last time they made a movie for $40 million? Never. They don't even know how to make a movie for that. And those were huge budgets 30 years ago.
But you also bring up a point that's really interesting too. Whereas, like, just take Hollywood for example, and most people here who are watching don't live in Hollywood. But remember Hollywood Boulevard, even just Hollywood Boulevard. Oops.
Sorry.
But even just Hollywood Boulevard, there were 10, 15 theaters going down from Hollywood and Highland to Hollywood and Vine.
Yep.
There was the Pacific. There was the Vogue. There was, the Fox. There was
the Vine.
There were all these theaters, and the same thing with 42nd Street. There was like row after like theater after theater after theater down the blocks and everything. And that's gone now too. And yet we have. The funny thing is, we have the movies to fill in theaters like that with stuff that's independent, obscure, weird, everything that people. But I guess the thing is now with streaming that people don't venture even out into their public arenas anymore. That would make them want to go to a theater.
Right.
I guess. I mean, I can't. It's weird, and I know this is probably very commonplace for everyone else now. I couldn't imagine seeing something like Basket Case not in a theater for the first time.
Dude, I think about that a lot.
But people now are, and the thing is, people are now experiencing Basket Case on streaming for the first time. It's just a different experience. It's weird because. Specifically, like people like you and me, and there's many of us, but we're very nostalgic for that experience of where, the fact that I got to see Prison, the Rennie Harlan.
Me too. I saw it at the UA on Westwood Boulevard.
I saw it in a theater.
Yeah.
The fact that we could see From Beyond or any of those Charlie Band Empire movies in a theater at the time. That would never happen now.
Well, also,
and the thing is this, the thing is, good or bad, the movie could be shit. The movie could be awful, good or bad or whatever. But there is a psychological difference of seeing something on a big screen.
Oh, and by the way, we never thought, even if something was not that good, it didn't suck. We liked.
We saw it in a theater.
And we liked it. We any genre thing we liked. I mean, sure, we were discerning, but
the other thing is we couldn't just like hit one button and just like turn it off.
Right.
We were in a theater. We had to. We sat through. If we had to suffer, we suffered through the entire thing.
Yeah, but you still liked it. I mean, and also the real change. I mean, when it comes right down to it, is movies just don't mean. The culture's changed. I mean, movies. I've often said,
the audience. That's the thing. The audience has changed. We have become antiquated, but the audience has changed.
Yeah, but the fact is, the audience is less interested in. Young people are not. Look, as much as I'm loath to admit it, young people don't give a fuck about movies. They don't care, and I understand because they're now the center of their own entertainment.
But there's always those who do.
No, there
There's
of
always
course,
gonna be-
but I mean,
there's
as a
always gonna be
as
those-
a cultural
But
force.
again, but isn't that us? Isn't that us back then who were so manic about movies? Other people didn't ever think of movies.
No,
the way
but there was look, even the movie critics, the critics that wrote
Well, we
like
don't have
Pauline
critics.
Kael, but
we don't
but-
have critics now.
no, but the people that wrote
Being a critic is not a respected thing anymore.
no,
because
but critics knew a lot about art history. They knew about the
They
world.
don't now, but that's why I'm saying they don't now.
No, well, there's less general education too. You know, people are, and this isn't a criticism. It's just the fact that the idea of look, I'm a capitalist. I believe in
Go to full
capitalism.
screen for a minute. I'm
But-
going to use the restroom. Go to full screen and
Well, I
talk
need
about
to
this.
use the restroom too. Then we'll come back on this. Everyone, you're gonna wait for us. Here, wait. We'll be right back. In a world, I think this is actually a pretty worthwhile conversation for those of you who are still here. Well, there's 110 of you, so thank you for still being here. I appreciate that. And by the way, don't yell at me about my Return of the Jedi tirade. I'm right, by the way. Just so you know, I'm correct. And you all know I'm correct deep down inside, depending on when you saw the movie. But, it's always good to get together with Dave. I mean, a working filmmaker who has a movie out. We're finishing up White Devils, so I'll have a movie I produced out soon, doing the audio drama, which is very exciting. And I like making stuff, telling stories. It doesn't matter in what format I'm doing that in. So I'm going to bring back Dave. Dave is back. So Dave, we took our pee break. I felt water course through my urethra. It was fantastic.
The fact that anyone is staying on this late, I appreciate. Thank you guys.
There's over 100 people here, Dave.
Fuck, this is crazy. Maybe this can become a regular thing again.
But let's get back. I think we're actually having a very worthwhile conversation about this, and I do think that I love the idea that the fog takes place on this day, on April 21st. The Elizabeth Dane and the whole thing about
one day, the whole movie takes place on the
but
one day.
What's really interesting about the fog is, like, I can still go, It's Stevie Wayne, KAB, Antonio Bay. I don't think that there, Mrs. Cobritz, like, I know the characters in The Fog. I know the name of the ship.
Oh, do you know? Okay, so a couple months ago, the American Cinematheque here in Los Angeles at the Egyptian Theater did a screening of The Fog. And I went because I love the movie, and anytime I get to see it on the big screen is a total joy. And I went with Jeffrey Reddick, and there was Chris,
who's also
Drake,
been on this show.
Who's Chris, and then Christopher Drake went, who's a amazing composer that I've worked with before, and also Brian Fuller was there, and Kevin Williamson was there, and we were all talking.
Brian Fuller loves The Fog, by the way.
And we were all talking afterwards, and I was like, does anyone know what a stomach pounder and a Coke is? It was one of those things that I never knew what a stomach pounder, because Andy, Stevie Wayne's son, asked, Mom, can I have a stomach pounder and a Coke?
Don't,
and I never knew what a stomach pounder and a Coke was.
Not contextually, you couldn't like infer the meaning?
No, we didn't know what it was. And we found out it was Pop Rocks and a Coke. That's what a stomach pounder and a Coke is. Was Pop Rocks and a Coke.
Well,
and I was overjoyed, but yet part of me was disappointed that I finally had uncovered this mystery. But one thing, the one thing in The Fog that I didn't know about.
But here's the thing, and this is nobody can actually. I've been doing this show for over 6 years. No one can answer me this question. When we were kids, when we were younger, I think we internalized these movies more so than kids today. I don't mean this is better or worse. It's not going, well, when I was younger, it was like. I just think that because of the way it worked and home video, or we get things, we watch them over, and kids have watched things over and over and over again. But you just pointed out something. There was something in a movie you bumped on, you thought about it for 40 fucking years. And you're like, a stomach pounder. I don't think that because we were younger when we saw these things. Like, when I saw War of the Worlds when I was 5 years old, it was my favorite movie ever. And I saw Planet of the Apes and Going to Logan's Run and all that. These were things that I carried around with me every waking moment of my life. I
think there are still those kids out there today who obsess about things in movies today. But the thing is, we're a special breed. And throughout history of movies, people like us have always been a special breed. Again, you can always go, well, society has changed
no. But I think that there's
always still those people who film. Even
here's
era, it speaks to us in a much deeper way.
Okay, but I would say that there's two things that I've noticed just doing this show for the last 6 years. Two things I've noticed. One, the big problem is the movies that have been coming out from the major studios or even the mini majors. Like look, the fact that there are people who are A24 fans, they're fans of the company, is wild.
You have a membership,
dude. I got a membership. I got a membership to A24.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like it's not just you.
I know. It's a lot of other people. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's like A24 has become the important thing, not the movies they release. And while it made it, but that's not what I want. What I wanted to say was this: when we were growing up, like, I love that Avco Embassy released Phantasm and The Fog, but we loved John Carpenter, we loved Joe Dante, I loved David Cronenberg. We were fans of the people that made the movies. Like, we would follow them to the different studios, and we would.
Those things still exist. There's the fans of Ari Aster.
Well, yeah, but that's what's interesting when you say that. Ari Aster is making movies for one studio. And
They're fans
the
of
thing
Robert
is,
Eggers, and he's made movies for different studios.
no, Robert Eggers has done The Witch, he's done The Lighthouse, and he
Now
did
he's
The
doing-
Northman.
He's doing The Northman. He's doing Nosferatu.
Well,
now. He's doing-
all for A24.
No.
I don't know who
because
Nosferatu is.
the Northman was made for Universal. It was a bigger film.
Wasn't it
was
also
much-
A24?
I don't think did A24 do a $90 million movie?
Well,
Maybe
I
it was on- maybe
I
it was on
think
the
that
auspices of
they
that.
might not. You might be right about. But here's the thing. That's
That's fine. So A24 is the Avco embassy of today.
But here's what I would say though, is that the creativity of what was going on, and I would say you're right. You've made a good point. I mean, Ari Aster and Robert. I love Robert Eggers, and by the way, there are very few filmmakers I follow, but Ari Aster and Robert Eggers especially. I think The Witch is a genius movie.
But again, people still follow M. Night, and they're like, The Trap is coming out.
I know. And
Yeah,
I
mean that's the thing. It's just evolved to different.
but I don't think people internalize it the way we used to.
I don't know if
The
that's
world's
for
just
us.
different. I mean,
the
we're talking
world-
half a century.
The world is different, but I still think obviously, I think there are people who are like us in maybe different ways and follow different people, but are like us because if not, they wouldn't be watching us talk about this right now.
Well, no, you're right. You're right. And what's interesting to me, I was
And
talking.
that, to me, whether I agree with it or not is exciting. It's the same thing as like people follow James Wan. They follow the Wanverse, the Waniverse. They follow what he has done.
Well,
what
and
he has created.
his Conjuring
What he-
universe and his
Right, what
Insidious
he's
universe, and
created,
he's done a great job.
and all those things, and they follow Blumhouse. It's different because we don't relate to those movies.
Okay, but I would say this. I don't think, and you're right. You're right. But I don't think that movies mean as much to the world and the way that even fans of us. Like, look, tonight, Josh, when we were kids, when we were younger, watching movies on home video, we would watch anything and everything.
But again, you have to remember too.
We'd go back to the 30s and watch black and white.
But remember, we were also. But the thing is, we're also being influenced. Look, would I have been introduced to the Universal movies if not for my parents, who were of the age of when that was affecting?
Yes,
them?
you would have
Josh
because
Jo-
you.
no, but I mean, but the thing is, but I'm an anomaly. I would have sought it out. But the thing is, Josh is being influenced by his dad by seeing Star Wars.
But Josh
Episode
also has
4.
twice as much exists now than when we were kids,
But again, he's
and that's something.
25 years younger than us. So
Yeah,
it's like-
and there's 25 years. I mean, we had
so the
half
thing
as
is,
much
the
to
thing
get
is-
through.
And the thing is, it's like and his primary focus is not movies. He is not
Right.
obsessed with movies like we are. So it's like, yeah, it's like, of course, like, is someone like Josh going to see Rebel without a cause? It's like, well, not unless
He might,
it-
but here's the
not
thing: he
unless
might.
it hits an itch, a particular tick.
But
in
we,
that
you know
brain.
what? You and I never judge things based on when they were made.
We were.
No, we
look,
would never say, "Oh, that's an old movie. It's in black and white.
but
I'm
again-
not gonna watch
But
it."
again, the other thing, the difference is, and I don't know exactly why the difference is, but there's a difference of like, when we were growing up, we had the VHS era. We were right there at the beginning of the VHS era. And
Well,
the thing is,
not just the idea that we could pick a movie to watch whenever we wanted to watch it.
We could take it home.
We could curate our own interests. That was the
Right.
the
So-
difference.
And there were, at that time, there was also a limited selection at first.
Yes,
And so
that's true too.
at that point, I mean, that was the thing. It was like we all had our, like, whether it was for you potentially science fiction, it may have been everything, But the
No,
thing
but
is,
it was
we
I was a
all-
horror fan too, and
but
horror was some of the stuff that was
we-
getting released first.
Sure, but we all had but we all had our sort of slant of things. But the thing is, what was different was it was like, oh, I'm just going to ingest everything because it's whatever's available
Yes.
to see at that time. And then we sort of then found our niche or our focus that we wanted to focus on, or what hit our sweet spot a little more than others. And for me, it was for me in a really honest way. Obviously, going to the video store, the horror section with the cover art and everything was much more appealing than, say, a comedy that had two people going on the cover.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
it might have been amazing. Yeah, exactly. Woo! But perfect example. I just saw someone say in the chat, perfect example of someone else who is really made a mark in the streaming era, in the era of streaming. Mike Flanagan.
Oh, Flanagan. Yeah. You know what? He's an interesting cat because I really like his work. I really like Dr. Sleep a lot.
I love Dr. Sleep.
And his shows. I mean, his fall of the House of Usher was so fun.
I think Dr. Sleep will be something that is reassessed later on.
Yeah.
And appreciated more. But
Yeah,
again,
because it's like,
wasn't The Shining appreciated more later on?
Yeah, but dude, let me tell you, I'll appreciate anything Rebecca Ferguson is in, hopefully with my tongue.
She's great.
Oh, wait, what? Just kidding. I love her.
No,
I
she's
know.
amazing. She's
demonetized. Burnett's canceled.
But again, this is also interesting, and that's the thing. It's like maybe it's not for us to like for someone like you and I who are a little older and grew up in that era and everything to completely understand. I know we want to because we still want to make.
Well, we want to. Yeah, we have
make.
to understand the business of what's.
I mean, that's the thing. That's the weird thing is like I pine for. Boy, do I wish I was like. It's crazy to think. I wish I was almost like 10, 20 years older, where I could have really capitalized on the 80s and that video era where Charlie was like.
Well, we could have made a lot more stuff.
We're selling things on just a title. But the thing, the difference is, and I think the reflection is now, even then, where Charlie Band was doing stuff, he was making some pretty interesting things at that time.
Oh, even Empire, Reanimator, From Beyond,
Dolls.
I mean,
Gordon stuff, but even lower, like Eliminators, TerrorVision, Trancers. I mean, some pretty for that time, which people would label like, oh, B movie stuff. Much cooler than a lot of the B movies.
Well, yeah, because the B movies now are just they're more pablum. You know, there's not a lot of wit and verve in what they wanted to do. You didn't have Tim Thomerson playing Jack Death.
We had Empire then that had some kind of like cool things they were trying for, and now we get the Asylum.
Well, okay,
difference.
But here's the thing. Look, not to disparage the Asylum and Anthony Ferrante. Congratulations on. But I would say this: the Asylum is not trying to do what Empire did. Empire was trying to make the Asylum is making they're playing into the whole parody idea and all that, the meme verse or whatever. I would say that Charlie might have been ripping off stuff, but even when we were working on Arcade, you know, and Peter Billingsley and I, we were trying to make that movie the best it could be in its own little universe.
But again, what was Charlie doing? What was Trancers ripping off, really?
Terminator, Soldier from the Future, coming back.
Trancers is not Terminator.
No, it's
when
not.
You watch the movie, and the thing is, Arcade is not really like
Tron.
Anything else. It's not really Tron either.
No, it's not because they couldn't make Tron, and so they did it. The problem was it was
but
the central idea was strong.
Okay, I'll give you that. You know what I think is missing out of the B movies of today? The charm.
Yeah, I would grant you that. And you know what else? I'll tell you what else is missing. Eroticism. And I don't mean from necessarily a sexual standpoint. In terms of charm, there was also a thrill. There was a thrill, an emotional thrill, call it a sexual thrill if you want, but there was a physical, we got to see something that turned our crank, that turned us on.
I think the other thing is, not to interrupt, but I think the thing that's the difference between B movies now and B movies today is that there's a playing safe today.
Oh my God. Yes.
To not to be erotic, not to show.
Dude, we live in a world.
The thing is that where nudity and even the implication of sex is kind of a now become a taboo thing.
Dude, 100%.
And the thing is, where the word exploitation has become a bad thing, where that's the thing today. Roger Corman and that ilk, which made wonderful things, would have a hard time surviving or thriving today, where through the 60s, 50s, 60s, and 70s especially, and 80s, thrived. Where obviously Roger Corman became he is the king of B movies. But the thing is, it's like even B movies is a dirty word now.
Dude, everything about our culture is shying away from. You have a generation of women that are declaring themselves non-binary because sex is oppressive and gross. You know, unless you're going to go to OnlyFans and commodify your own body, which that can't make you a fan of sex, enjoying your own physicality. I mean, my God, we live in a world where everyone's an activist and everyone's being oppressed. And the whole thing about it, but exploitation plays into the fact that it's okay.
But exploitation is a dirty word now. I mean, that's the thing.
Well, because we don't want to exploit anybody, because nobody wants to believe. I mean, oh my God, dude.
The problem is exploitation is a dirty word now, and that's the thing is like, and most people maybe watching right now will not get or know, will not appreciate what Roger Corman did, will not appreciate what Larry Cohen did, will not appreciate what Charlie Band did.
Dude, people don't even like to fuck anymore, much less watch exploitation cinema.
The funny thing is, like, remember when Jim Wynorski was considered like, a smut monger, and it's like that stuff is so chaste now comparatively.
Well, you go watch The Phantom Empire with Raven Delacroix. I mean, when I saw that movie, it was a movie that exists about, it was Angus Scrimm and big boobs.
Right. But that's what Jim Wynorski lived for, was big boobs on screen.
And like Roger Vadim before him.
And the thing is like, if the actresses are okay with it,
dude, our culture's gone crazy over Sydney Sweeney's boobs. They can't deal with it. It's like, oh my God. Dude, I'm telling you, we live in a world now where people don't want to fuck because it's too intimidating. Kids grow up. Dude, if I was a kid and I could watch, what's it called, a Pornhub, if I was watching Pornhub as a 12-year-old, and everybody does, there would be the most intimidating shit ever. Giant cocks and beautiful women. How can you perform? Like, we grew up in a world where if somebody touched you, it was the most electric thing ever. You could make out with the person of your choice for 3 hours and work up the courage to stick your hand down their pants or up their shirt, and their parents came home after 3 hours. Nowadays, people are watching their ultimate fetishes at 12. So eroticism is dead.
It's weird. And the thing is like, because we've taken such a stance, and the thing is like, the world seemingly has forgotten to have any sort of sense of humor or anything.
They have no sense of humor, and sex has become oppressive.
maybe I'm just like, guys, I'm not trying to like backpedal here. Maybe I'm just antiquated. Maybe I'm just old. I just don't see where these things are fucking damaging. I just don't. It's like, I get it. I mean, my parents were like, you can't, when I was a kid, it's like, you can't watch Porky's. This is wrong. And it's like, when I finally watched Porky's, and here's the thing. I will go down. I shouldn't say. I'll choose my words carefully.
You should say.
I will be on this rock. Porky's is a misunderstood masterpiece because the thing is, if you actually watch Porky's, people go, "Oh, what a misogynist fucking movie." You watch Porky's, Bob Clark's Porky's, the guy who made A Christmas Story the same year that
Who
Porky's
made Black
came out
Christmas.
and made Black Christmas. Porky's, all the women are in control in Porky's in the movie. All the women hold the power.
Well, look.
But the thing is, like, now we're like, oh God, nudity, fucking this and that. It's like, are you really?
Dude,
What?
sex.
What?
I mean, sex. Girls don't even want to have sex
And
unless it's with the
it's like,
top 5% of guys, and they can commodify it on only. We live in a very
because
strange
they need
place.
to get views and money. Yeah, it's a weird world we're living in. But
Yeah,
again,
I mean,
I'm
it
not
used to be
here
if someone
solve
touched
the-
your junk, it was the most exciting thing ever.
I'm not here to solve the world's problems. That's not what this is not what this show is about.
No.
But we can talk about it in the sense of like, oh, let me tell you how wrong the movie Hellhole is, but I'll still watch it.
Well, I mean, look,
You know,
but that's a good point as well. Like I'll tell you something. I've often joked that if someone ever got a hold of my Amazon, because my Amazon buy list goes back 24 years now.
Sure.
And you can look at it, and if someone was like, okay, you bought,
How many Jess Franco movies?
how many, you bought the uncut a Serbian film.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't have that. What's wrong with you?
I
Come
know,
on.
I know, right?
Come on.
But I
Come
did, because I didn't want someone to come to my house and go, do you have a Serbian film? I can be like, yes, I do.
Why? Why do you need to have that?
Come on, Dave, don't be one of those people. Why not?
Why do you need it? I mean,
I don't. I've never watched it. I have the disc. I've never watched it.
You know, watch
I mean,
it
I've
and
seen the
then come
movie, but I've never watched the disc that I bought.
back. Okay.
I bought Dieter got me a beautiful media book of Irreversible.
Yeah,
I've never
but he's
watched that
German,
movie again.
So, he's German. What the fuck?
I never
I
bought
mean,
it again.
fine.
But
Dieter's got problems. We all know this.
no, he
We
doesn't
know-
have
we know-
problems.
of course he does.
Dieter's an
He
innocent.
fucking he laughed at me when I said I'm unemployed now. He laughed at me. He laughed.
He laughed,
Yes,
and then you left, and then you see I've gone completely, utterly mad. And they're coming to take me away. Ha! They're coming to take me away.
Dieter spends his time just buying shit.
No, he doesn't. He has a job. He's a normal guy.
Go for a walk.
No.
I'm just bringing up spice for you for tomorrow morning.
No, yeah, it is spice. But I didn't buy anything this week. I mean, my God, Second Sight announced 3 titles.
Oh man, but the other thing I want to try, so Thursday I played trivia. We in Los Angeles we have a thing called Dead Right Horror Trivia, and it's once a month, and I play with the team of people. And this month I won. So I said I won Fear and Desire on 4K.
Mm-hmm.
I also won Cujo on 4K.
Nice. I didn't buy that.
Oh, gorgeous. And I love that movie. That movie is so underrated.
Louis Teague.
And I got Needful Things, which also has the 191-minute cut of Needful Things.
It does, but have you watched it?
Not yet. I mean, it's
Okay.
191 minutes.
No,
man.
I mean, no, not that. But did you watch the original theatrical version?
I've seen the original before.
I didn't dig the 4K. It's Keanu
Well,
Lorber.
I didn't get the 4K. I only got the Blu-ray. But
Elizabeth and I watch it.
Okay.
It's the source material.
Yeah,
It's
look,
fine.
here's the thing. I'm sure even if I watched the 191-minute cut of Needful Things, thing is, I always wanted Needful Things to be better than it was. There was something, and the thing is, it's gotten
better. Look, the book was too long. I love the book.
Here's the thing: the book was never fantastic.
No,
the thing is this:
I've got my first edition hardcover right there.
It's got so many things going for it.
It's got Max von Sydow's Leland Gaunt.
That's the thing. It's got so many things going for it, except the story. That's
Stephen King's problem.
Right, exactly. So that's the problem. It's not the movie's fault. It's ultimately
but I do think that movie. I think the movie's as good as it can be.
Yeah,
it couldn't have been better.
It had Ed Harris.
Oh,
Ronnie Bedelia,
it's so good.
Lisa Blount. What's her name? Sorry.
It's got Max. It's got what's her face. It's got what's her face. The
one from Pulp Fiction.
Amanda Plummer.
Amanda Plummer.
Star Trek Picard season 3.
Yeah, Amanda Plummer.
Honey Bunny.
It's like Honey Bunny.
Don't any of you motherfuckers move. I'll execute every motherfucking one of you.
I never wanted to go to the I guess Turner Classic Movies had their 30th anniversary the other day. And everyone from Pulp Fiction showed up.
Dude, that Pulp Fiction, I went opening weekend to see Pulp Fiction at the Chinese, and they're showing the fact that was 30 years ago.
Oh, I was there.
I lived in LA for 6 years. That's insane.
Yeah. We're old. I went to the premiere. I went not to the opening. I went to the premiere of Reservoir Dogs. I walked up the carpet right behind Virginia Madsen.
I didn't. I saw.
It was at and the premiere was at the Galaxy Theater, which doesn't even exist anymore.
I know it's in Free Enterprise though.
It is, but that's where it was. And then I went to Michelli's afterwards,
which is still there,
with Tarantino there. I mean, I was there,
dude. I gave Tarantino my ticket to Deep Red at.
I told Tarantino about Cat in the Brain.
I mean, he was. These
are important things that the audience needs to know.
It's a weird. I mean, I will never. If I died tomorrow and I had time to ruminate between the time I knew I was going to die, I'd have to say we had a good time. We came to LA at a great time. I've had a wonderful time here.
I'm not done yet. I hope.
Me too, dude. I got a recording session for our audio drama on May 27th.
I get more to give,
and we will.
Put me in, coach. I got more to give.
We're doing. Look, all we have to do is create our own opportunities. That's why I'm doing it.
Well, yeah, but you know how that is. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. And who was it? Who was saying this? Bill Barclay was going. Has anyone seen Mike Hunt? Mike Hunt? Has Mike Hunt?
Somebody actually said that?
Yeah, Mike Hunt. Mike Hunt.
I've never heard that joke before.
Thank you, Bob Clark.
Yeah, that's good.
If you haven't seen it and you're offended, go blame Bob Clark, the genius Bob Clark. Speaking of Tarantino, how about that? I mean, I know you talked about it this week, but
I didn't talk about it much.
I think him dropping the movie critic as his last movie is actually a really smart choice.
You know what? I think he was too far up his own ass.
I think he realized I kind of said everything I needed about Hollywood in that sense. With Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
100%.
I don't need to, for my last movie, I don't need to go down the same avenue.
I totally agree with you.
And that makes me really excited with whatever he is going to do as his quote unquote last movie. It's going to be something even more special. He's not going to just tread over the same ground. So
I just don't think it's going to be his last movie.
I could believe it could be with him. I could. And I think the thing is now that I think it reinforces it even more now. The fact that he, after working on this idea for over a year now, said, no, this is not going to be it. That whatever it's going to be is going to be significant enough where he's like, yeah, that'll be my final stamp. If that wasn't going to be it. Very cool.
I just always saw it as I never thought the movie was going to get made. I was like,
is I hope he puts it out. I hope he creates it as a novel. I hope he publishes it as,
and he probably will,
because that'll be a fascinating read, and I think that's great. And I think he's totally open to that. And the thing is, it's like, boy, what a fucking, like, even if you just did 10 movies in your career, and those are the 10 movies you do, some people love him or hate him, or
he's got an amazing career.
Like, my God, that would be incredible.
By the way, 1001 Johnny, who's a longtime fan of the channel, says,
sexy name.
Sorry, I'm missing the show, Rob. Been quite occupied all afternoon and evening and now morning. So good morning, Sir Viceroy. Know that the dude abides. And yes, he does. The dude does abide.
What was he occupied with, though?
I don't know, but he's overseas along with Kelvin Wellborn. Kelvin says, thank you, Rob and Dave. I'm off to watch The Fog in 4K.
Hell yes.
Kelvin knows what's up. He knows what's up. You're going to watch Fog.
It's a gorgeous transfer.
Oh my God! It's the 4K transfer is so good, and Carpenter's score is so good, so good. You know, that means in 3 more years we can celebrate Prince of Darkness.
I saw Prince of Darkness at the church.
I know.
Where it was, where the exterior, the interiors were not filmed there, but the exterior was,
yes.
And I did see it at that church.
God damn, do I love that movie?
It was so great.
$3 million bucks, dude.
And they live. I like Mouth of Madness. I'll give him. That's Carpenter's last, like, really
good movie.
Good movie.
Yeah.
They Live is his last great movie.
I know. I love In the Mouth of Madness.
But I think They Live is his last great movie.
I don't know if I can call it great because it's done. It's on the cheap, but it's great.
Who cares? His best movies were done on the cheap.
I know, but I think that movie is. I think that movie's 75% of a great movie. There's not enough of it. It ends too soon.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Sorry. You're wrong. It's okay. People have to deal with my Return of the Jedi rant. Dave, I must go. I have to go to sleep.
Yes. We went way longer than I expected.
We did.
Thank you, guys.
But fun.
Thanks for whoever hung out. Thank you. Thank you, Rob.
Dave, this was great.
Let's do this again. This was fun.
We should. We should do it again.
What?
And thanks to Josh WAGG for coming on and his lovely fiance.
Yes.
Amazing.
Awesome.
Josh, congratulations. And for your nuptials and all that. You seem like you found a lovely lady. Congratulations to you both.
Yes.
And Dave, where can people see your movie?
tubetv.com. You shouldn't have let me in. And if you're looking for hardcore horror, then you shouldn't have clicked on that button.
Okay, well, that's good, but that's okay. It's on Tubi. I mean,
hey, I'm just saying. And quickly, Bill Barclay asked like a bunch of questions. Like, let's quickly before we go off. He's like, I haven't watched Fallout yet. I did see Late Night with the Devil. I highly recommend it. It's on Shudder now, or you can rent it.
It's dropped on Shudder.
I have not been able to catch up with Chucky yet. So, Bill, just so you know, I saw your questions, and there you go. But hopefully we get to do this a little more often. And if you guys want it, that's the thing. I don't want to overstay my welcome. Rob has his things. He's got his groove. He's got his mojo going.
No, I don't know about that. I mean, I like doing these shows.
We get to talk about something different. And
Dave, I
cool.
talked to a green light. You know, now I can see you. It's great when I talk to somebody else. I sit in here in this room and talk to. It's literally talking to yourself.
Fuck,
It's a
man.
weird.
Well,
It's a weird thing. And when I get up, I'm like, does anyone like this? I don't even know what I said. It's a weird place to be at. Talking to a green light.
it's always fun and interesting to do this with you. We're good. We're the thing is we're both awake right now, which is awesome.
Yeah.
We're
I
not
gotta go to
falling
bed,
asleep.
but yeah.
But yeah, the Dark Backward, Sean Meyer, Dark Backward, yeah.
I worked at Tony Gardner's Altarian Studios when they were finishing
I went
that.
to the premiere of Dark Backward, and I talked with Bill Paxton at the premiere of the Dark Backward, which was at the New Art.
Wow.
Adam Rifkin, very, very fucking cool guy, the director of the Dark
Yep.
Backward. Very talented guy. There you go. There's my Dark Backward for right now.
Yeah, I worked at Tony Gardner's right after they finished that in Darkman.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
Let's do this again. We'll do it soon. Thanks, guys.
We
Thanks
will,
so much.
everybody.
Appreciate
I
it.
want to thank, is Tom Jr. Jackson still here? He's probably asleep. I don't know. I want to thank my moderating staff. I want to thank everybody that supports this channel via super chats and tips. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys.
And I want to thank Josh WAGG and his fiance for coming on this show. I want to thank my cohort, Dave Parker, once again doing this again. This was so much fun. And, of course, I also want to thank Stevie Wayne from KAB Antonio Bay
That's
for a
right,
radio
everyone.
show.
Today is April 21st, so do me a favor and watch John Carpenter's The Fog.
Watch The Fog. And by the way, if you can see Spivey Point from your window, be careful. If you see an incoming fog bank, run the fuck away.
And if you're missing us, just tune into KAB Antonio Bay.
Antonio Bay.
The
And if you see a
nightlife.
girl that looks like Jamie Lee Curtis and she's with an older dude, don't judge.
Yeah, just pick her up. She's lucky hitchhiker number 13.
It was a different time.
Thanks, guys.
And make sure Mrs. Coberts gets home. Should I say that? Can I say that? I don't know. Maybe I can. Well, Dave, this was a great show. Of course, we're still live, just so you know.
Oh, good.
Only.
Oh, good.
No, it's
He's like,
it's
what
all
button do I push?
No, I know what button I have to push. I just I can't push it yet because I'm not at that place. I always click it off. I'm like, should I click it off or not?
Yeah, I think we should click it off now.
I'm gonna click it off, Dave.
Let's-
We're gonna end the stream.
Rob. Hey,
It's
Rob.
ended.